Hello, Peter Freakout. How are you, buddy? We are in for a ridiculous night. We're going to see what DSP considered bad games. What did DSP consider a bad game? I wonder. But it's like a wonder. You pick up, like, have you ever heard of a Wonder Ball? I think that's what it's going to be like. But the opposite of that. Because, I mean, when I was a kid, they used to have, like, these amazing Wonder Balls. Pause. I remember going to the little grocery store, right? And picking up a Lion King fucking chocolate ball. And little did I know you were supposed to actually put it in like a cup of cocoa. I ate that bitch like it was a candy bar, brother. It was funny as hell. But I remember getting them for certain movies. Like, I would get one for Aladdin. I got one for The Lion King. And I got one for the original Power Rangers movie. When they turned into ninjas. That was the greatest Power Ranger movie of all time. I think it was Secret of the Ooze. Matthew Broderick. No. What it had was like little sweet tart candies in it, right? And then it would have like little jimmies in it, you know, like the little sprinkles you put on ice cream. It had some of that stuff in it. It had marshmallows and stuff in it. Oh, I was like, what? I still I I can't believe I forgot that. For some reason, I was thinking Scar, and I was like, no, I don't think he was Scar. Come on, damn it. Slide on it. Oh, okay. Oh, Ferris Bueller. Bueller. I remember, dude, I'm telling you, I need to go on and just do a whole year of nothing but 80s TV shows and movies, bro. I'm forgetting so much. It really sucks because that was always my favorite era of movies, like that late 80s, early 90s era of movies. God, I love The Last Action Hero. Fucking Kindergarten Cop, Sinbad, Kazam. I love. Oh, god damn. I even remember when they did that one movie with Shaquille O'Neal, and he was supposed to be Steel, but they did a really bad job of it, and he looked nothing like the comic book character. And it really sucks because Shaq is a huge Superman fan. So imagine, like, I get cast as Batman, right? My absolute favorite superhero. And instead of having me play a traditional Batman, they have me dress up as a dude in a literal bat suit, like an actual bat. Not like a cool army tactical bat suit, nothing like that, but just like an animal suit. It's like, oh, look out. It's Furry Man. Oh, God, bro. I remember that movie. It introduced me to Michael J. White. And I gotta say, his time as Black Dynamite was hilarious. I know it might be because of my own sensibilities, but I feel a lot of entertainment and like television now is a lot of the same shit just regurgitated with different skins. Like everything's supposed to be a drama, right? But it's all so formulaic. And honestly, that's why I think the first few seasons of Game of Thrones felt more unique than the later seasons of The Walking Dead. You know what I mean? The Walking Dead at the end kind of just felt super generic. I don't even know if it's still going on, to be honest. That show should have ended when Rick left. It's like you kill Carl, Rick leaves, and then all you leave us with is Michonne. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm out. And then you make Judith the main get the fuck out of here. And then for some dumbass reason, they have a child leading an army of fucking survivors. It's like, first, why would any of these people follow a child? Why would they arrest Negan when he's the only logical option for them at that point? To me, the later seasons of The Walking Dead really didn't make any sense. But I really love Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Negan, which like kind of brings me to another point. How does DC drop the ball so hard? You make a fucking Flashpoint movie. A Flashpoint movie. You have Jeffrey Dean Morgan as the fucking as Thomas Wayne. And instead of using him as Batman, you bring back Michael fucking Keaton. We all saw him, right? We all saw fucking Negan in The Watchmen, right? We all saw how amazing he could be in that role. And you're going to tell us that you cut off an entire area of Batman where he's corrupted, where he works with criminals, where he literally chauffeurs them around Gotham City as like their own private security. You're going to tell me that that isn't worth something? That's worth nothing? But you'll make Batgirl? You'll make The Flash? It's like, it's no wonder. It's no wonder DC is in the fucking state that it's in. Dude, he's late. But we have hope, man. And Superman's that hope. I really hope James Gunn's Superman is good. I really do. I mean, Creature Commandos has been pretty good so far. But I don't know if Creature Commandos is going to be representative of what James Gunn is going to do himself. You know, it's really hard to say. But it's cool that they're starting to introduce Batman. I wonder who they'll get to play Damien. And we all know the logical choice for who should play Talia. And honestly, I don't see any other person but Gal Gadot playing Talia al Ghul. She fits the character perfectly, like to the letter. Who would play Raish though? You know, I don't know. It shouldn't be Liam Neeson. It should have never have been Liam Neeson. You think? You think? But okay, since they're gonna introduce Damian in Batman and Robin, who would play Talia at that point? If not Gal Gadot, then who? And I really hope, and I don't think he will, but I hope James Gunn doesn't discount the New Gods. But how do you do the New Gods and pay it justice? Because it's like taking on Galactus or like making a live action version of the Bible, because it's really important to comic book readers. Right? So who would play Darkseid and Highfather? Or the Allfather, excuse me. Or no, it is the Highfather. I'm getting Marvel and DC mixed up. But what's going on here? I'm gonna reload the page. What's going on here? There's just it's just so expansive, and I can see the like the benefit of doing a movie the way Matt Reeves does a movie, right? Where it's almost isolated to a point and confined within itself. But you have tangents like the Penguin that expand upon that world, right? But it doesn't introduce other characters. We're not seeing Selena Kyle, right? They didn't expand on her. She wasn't in there, even though she really should have been. You know, it was a story of the Falcons. That's some stupid shit going on over there in that Phil's kick chat. Um Black Cat, I do not agree. I do not agree. Selena Kyle is way, way better of a character. I'm not saying Felicia Hardy isn't a cool concept, but Catwoman is the originator. Black Cat is the copy. And I mean, it's no, I can't really use that because Felicia's pretty integral to Spider-Man, but not as integral to Spider-Man as Catwoman is to Batman. I'm just honestly, I'm afraid of what they're gonna do with Darkseid. Now, Darkseid, he's my favorite villain of all time. Yeah, I agree. I like Felicia Hardy, but I love Batman's mythology so much more than Spider-Man. Um, I don't want to ruin the Superman movie, so I won't really talk about that. But I already know who the villain is and all of that stuff. Um, I'm really excited to see a proper version of Lex Luthor. I really hated Jesse Eisenberg's version of Lex Luthor. I don't really care what businessmen are now. I like Lex Luthor as a traditional, almost 1950s version of a businessman, you know. With the I mean, like aesthetically. I like the business suit. He should be really strong, he shouldn't be some frail little techie guy, even though he is a tech guy. Gene Hackman did do him really well, yeah. But I'm just excited for the possibilities of what's to come. And I mean, if they do Superman well, then there should be no reason why Batman wouldn't be good. But what should really concern everybody as far as this topic goes is what they're going to do with the Green Lantern. Because the Green Lantern is going to expand the DC mythology past just Earth. And I mean, yeah, you can say, oh, they're already doing that because Hawkgirl is there, and Hawkgirl and Hawkman are technically Thanagarian, but I mean, not in the sense of who they are now, right? And I mean, if James Gunn is following like true comic canon, then they're going to be reincarnated versions of like their prior selves. So it's not going to be, the Thanagarian versions of those characters. It's going to be Earthling versions of those characters. How, how loving this stuff as I do and knowing as much about it as I do, there's just so many possibilities. Like, are they going to introduce the Anti-Monitor? They have to introduce Darkseid. You know, uh, Deathstroke and Scarecrow. I'm really excited because, I love comic books so fucking much, and this guy still is not here, dude. Almost a half hour. He's late to his own show. Where are you, Phil? Oh, Rich? Probably. Oh, the camera's on. It hasn't been on the whole time, though. Y'all, I'm gonna go take a nap. Um, Wake me up when this bitch finally gets on. Don't treat me like your post-nut clarity. All right? JDX the kid's mom knocks on the door. I said don't bother me when I'm cleaning my room as he throws the vacuum cleaner. What the fuck is up with this thing? Why are you giving me such small hits? There it goes. This fucking guy. So, I've been reading. And, oh. I mean, I can't recommend Berserk enough. Let me see if I can get it on camera. Berserk, bro. I just started it over. Sage mode? You better go find a waterfall. Learn how to duplicate yourself. With that goddamn shadow clone jitsu you got going on over there. Dude, I should really buy the Naruto manga. I don't have it. I used to. Shit. God damn. What is that? The fuck? Oh god. Whining myself. What the fuck was that? Give me a sec, guys. What the fuck was that? Um, beanies are rather comfortable hats. Uh, I couldn't tell you about the socks though. I wear slippers, thank you. I don't have socks on at the moment. Dude, how fucking late is this guy gonna be? Come on, Phil. I got the professional green screen going. I got the studio lights on, bro. Come the fuck on. Hurry up. TikTok. I need the money. I'm just gonna breathe heavy into the mic like Rich. Do 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 do. Hurry up! I'm getting impatient, Phil. Now. Oh my god. It time night night. Yeah, probably. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, sure. You can bring up a Dale clip if you want. I don't know how long this fucking guy's gonna be. It time Dale? Okay, JDX the kid, do you think he bought a house or do you think it's just another apartment? Because I think he just moved apartments. And now he has his own apartment. Because that room looks too much like his other one for it not to be like the same. It has to be like the same complex at least. Yeah, I think he's in the same spot too, dude. I think his roommates just moved out and now he lives by himself. That's honestly what I think. You think he just moved rooms, bro? Now he's in the master room because he pays more rent. I believe he does live with another man. Because he made it a point to say he didn't. So now I believe the opposite of anything he says. Good job, Dale. Yeah, for sure. What? You keep smelling the syrup. The video sound is muted? Okay, hold up. Here, let me do it this way. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, I am so not... What the absolute fuck is going on here? What the fuck did we just walk into? Why is Becky Boop in a room with 6 guys? Oh, wait. I mean, 5 guys. Becky is not a guy. What the fuck is going on here? I am so sorry. But there you go, JDX the Kid. You got to see Becky Boop. All right, hold on. It's still muted? What the fuck?
Valence every goddamn time I cut on a live stream.
There we go.
How the fuck is a nigga that plays Tekken gonna help me in life? If anything, I could help him with some motherfucking life choices. Telling you, man, it's so many.
Bro, what is going on here?
It's not even funny. Like, all niggas do is just steal from me on the internet. That's it. Everybody, bro, everybody on the internet just steals everything about me. I don't need no I don't need a dumbass nigga to coach me in a video game. What the fuck is that gonna do for accolades? It's the 2% method. I don't need to go anything over 2% in a fucking video game.
Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant. I'm just gonna stump you. You're gonna keep coming back. I'm gonna seal up all my cracks. You're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
Nah, I'm not gonna fight a clout chaser that keeps using my name for views. Especially now that I found out he's not a professional Tekken player, there's no point. I don't have respect for that dude anymore at all. Yeah, at first, you know, I thought he was a cool dude, but I lost all respect for him for reacting to troll content, using my name multiple times for views and engagement, and then on top of that, trying to play like a unbiased approach to try to garnish a troll aspect about me on a video.
He tried to garnish.
I see so much shite about this guy. I don't know if it's true or not. Well, dumbass nigga, you could have DM'd me and asked. You fucking
could have what?
Yeah, I don't have no respect for that dude anymore.
Could have what?
Now, I could like read between the lines about shit. Like, why the fuck would you even say that? Because you're hoping to win over like some troll ass niggas who clip my content, bro. Like, if put it like this, I would have never played that dude in no type of set or anything like that if I didn't think he was a professional player. I thought since he mathematically breaks down everything in Tekken, bro, I thought he was like a European tournament winner or some shit. Yeah, he started off the video with sarcasm, ended it with sarcasm throughout the bullshit. I don't have respect for that guy anymore at all. I don't like people who fucking use my name, use my face for views, who don't contact me. And I don't like niggas who react to troll content. You're reacted to a false narrative video. I don't fuck with that dude whatsoever anymore. Nigga was not genuine in the video at all. You gotta remember, I've been doing this a long time. I can read between the lines. You shouldn't be reacting to troll content when it comes to me, bro. Did it for quick views, easy engagement. Put my fucking face on a thumb. All that type of bullshit. Yeah, like, man, fuck that like shit. Like I said, the way he talks about Tekken,
put his face on a thumb, JDX the Kid, and send it to me.
I just thought he was a retired pro that does Tekken content. I didn't think that he was just a guy out here dropping Tekken. I had no idea. It's not even no beef. You're dropping multiple videos on me, yet you haven't sent me one DM asking me shit.
Why does he have
Like,
to send
all
you a
niggas do
DM
is
for
just
anything?
steal from me on the internet. That's it. Everybody, bro, everybody on the internet just steals everything about me. Whether it be my voice, whether it be my face, whether it be my streams, that's all people do on the internet is just rob me blind of everything. What kind of stupid ass shit is that? You funny as hell, man. That's why? Nigga, did you hear what the fuck I just said? That's the fuck you said when I said niggas been robbing me blind and just steal everything I do? What kind of dumbass shit was that? Telling you, man, there's so many fucking type zeros on earth, it's not even funny. Bro, I don't need to fucking explain to
Dipshit,
NPCs.
we are a
Bro,
type zero
go live,
civilization.
my
We're not
streams
even
are
a type
recorded.
1 civilization. What the
Bro, my
fuck are you
streams have
talking
been
about,
fucking
you
recorded
stupid
since
bitch?
2015
What are you
and beyond,
talking
bro.
about?
Every single stream that I do, I'm under surveillance every goddamn time I cut on a live stream. Like, do you niggas understand that to keep asking these dumb questions? Or are you that fucking green? Nigga, shut the fuck up.
I am not green.
Dumbass nigga, that's why one of my mods timed you out. How the fuck is that nigga gonna help me? Nigga, I'm on a completely different level than that nigga. How the fuck is he gonna help me in a video game?
Being on ground level.
For the last fucking time,
level 1.
I don't play fighting games serious, nigga. I'm literally just playing at the bare minimum and trying to get dubs off the bare minimum. Only seen like 2 words out of it and then my fucking mods clipped them. Nigga, dumb as fuck. How the fuck is a nigga that plays Tekken gonna help me in life? If anything, I could help him with some motherfucking life choices.
Help you?
I don't need no dumbass. I don't need a dumbass nigga to coach me in a video game. What the fuck is that gonna do for accolades?
How did he help?
What does coaching me in Tekken? What's that supposed to do?
16 to nothing.
These niggas can't teach me anything. I know frame data. I know punish. I know whiff punish. Like I know all of that shit. I don't need to implement this shit into any of these fucking video games. It's not worth it. It's the 2% method. I don't need to go anything over 2% in a fucking video game.
If that was the case, you wouldn't dashboard all the time. You wouldn't pull the plug, you moron. All right. Let's see if Phil is on yet. He's still not on. This... Yeah, he's mad because he sucks, bro. There's another Dale arc.
Team sucks already, bro. That's all I gotta say.
Some sort of turning robots. Got him!
Okay.
System code.
Revolver failure.
With scamming, I will scam every day of the week. Thank you.
Urbana. Writer and director was married to Aubrey Plaza, has died by suicide. She must have cheated on him.
What?
Died at 47. Killed himself. Probably went through her phone, seen she was sucking a few, riding a bunch of. Seen the cream cascading, was like, just fuck it. Not happy anyway.
Real talk. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Old as you will.
He really
some
said
people,
that, bro.
They deal with things in a more critical way than some other people. Like for me, I just leave. But there's people out there that shit like this will hurt them so bad.
I forgot to mute the other video.
They don't know any other way to deal with it. It had to have been more. Why else would he take his own life?
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
He must have cheated on him.
What?
Died at 47. Killed himself.
Report him? Nah, I don't report people.
Probably went through her phone.
I'll use my platform to expose their stupidity, though.
Seen the cream cascading. Was like,
unbelievable, bro.
Not happy anyway.
Real talk. You gotta be ashamed of yourself.
Right?
All that you
No, some people they deal with things in a more critical way than some other people. Like for me, I just leave. But there's people out there that shit like this will hurt them so bad. They don't know any other way to deal with it. It had to have been more. Why else would he take his own life?
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
It pleases me to be helpful.
I'm trash. You see that? You see that though? I'm trash though.
Yeah.
Bro, you only
I'm
got
trash
that.
though.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie, this game is way too colorful for me, bro. Like,
Maximum pulse.
Oh, that's IMO. I was like, wait a minute. Who's talking?
The world.
Maximum pulse.
Nah.
I just always thought they were a corny group of heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, you seen what happened to them in that Marvel movie. They got up.
I need
What?
Which movie was that again? Like, what movie was that where the Fantastic Four got destroyed?
Looks like the missionary.
Doctor Strange too, bro. They got destroyed. I'm like, wow. Or was
Okay, so first off, it wasn't the Fantastic Four, you stupid bitch. It was the Illuminati. And it wasn't all of the Fantastic Four. It was just Reed Richards. This is why I don't watch him play Marvel Rivals. This is why I can't handle it. My tism says thou must correct every error. Why? Why can't I just go through life being stupid and oblivious?
just Mr. Fantastic that got destroyed? I can't remember.
You stupid.
I got no healer, so like
You didn't stay with your team.
I'm barely home.
You're Hawkeye and you're out in the open fighting alone. You should be in the back, bro.
okay.
Yes, I do. That's
Right.
from Matt Hardy.
Let's try this again. Leave them to Khonshu.
I am ready to put on a show.
Sonic boom.
I remember liking Bray Wyatt more than Matt Hardy, though.
Ain't no way you can't be serious.
The god of thunder. Let's try this again. Punching a hole.
Okay, I can't take on the tank, bro.
No. I know tangentially through my brother who talks
I'm
about
going
it
after the tank. I
consistently.
need backup.
No.
Why would I not heal? That one hurts.
I know where he started it, bro. It started in TNA. It like went to AEW, right? No, it went to WWE and then AEW, right? Like I don't know the timeline, but I know of it.
Nigga just swung a hammer at me and killed me easily.
Barely wounded.
I've healed from 100 times worse.
Oh, is that me? Oh no, it just has the same look to my name. I was like, wait a minute, was that my Thor? I saw the 2-3, I was like, wait a minute.
Nice deep freeze.
A health boost.
Delete. Get their bullshit ass
needed was on
opinions out
cooldown.
of my shit. Because we all know only my opinion is the correct opinion.
Watch.
Watch out. Castle upgraded as well. You're mine. Judge, jury, executioner! Yeah?
Your god is suffering.
I'm doing this my way.
That one hurt.
Like a bad penny, I just keep coming back.
Well, you can't
Oh my
expect
gosh,
to
this
win
is
all.
30 minutes. All right, let's check if Phil's on yet. All right.
I'm not a fan of
I
Black
see everyone
Panther.
on
I'm
kick.
black.
How you doing?
Be too cliche.
What?
Good evening.
Okay, yeah, I can't do anymore. You're not a
Stream. I hope
fan
you're
of
ready
Black
to chill.
Panther
My year-end
because you're
series.
black.
People every year.
It's like me not being a fan of fucking Wildcat because he's white. Or not liking the
Ask
fucking
me.
goddamn...
Bill, what was your favorite games of the year? What playthroughs did you like? What
Fuck
didn't
it.
you like? What do you remember from last year? What was notable? And that's what we
Nothing,
do in these
because
year-end
you're a
series, right?
moron.
We run that down. We summarize it all in one or two videos and a stream or two. And that's what it's all about tonight, is relaxing,
chilling out, maxing,
and thinking
and
about
relaxing?
the year that was 2024. Which
Were you
certainly
shooting
was a
b-ball
weird year
outside
for
of the
games.
school?
I mean, I don't think in the entire time that I've been a YouTuber, there's been a weirder year. A year where a lot of the big games that were popular were actually not big games, meaning
Oh, it
they were
was
indie games that
terrible.
came out of nowhere.
It
and
was
stuff
it
that
was
were
actually
shockingly
bad.
good compared to the AAA games that came out and just weren't very good, right? I think it was a big year, very much
Bro,
like that.
the fact that they wouldn't recast T'Challa, but they'll recast Batman, it's like, you understand? It's like there is just as much cultural significance behind the character of Superman as there is for the character of Black Panther, right? So why is it okay to recast Superman, but it's not okay to recast Black Panther? And I understand the importance that Chadwick Boseman has on the character. There have been many of actors who have implanted themselves on a character, and the character is worse off for their passing. So I can understand the apprehension, but I don't get why they just wrote it off entirely. It's like they had the multiverse there, right? They had the multiverse there. They could have brought in any other T'Challas from throughout the timeline. It makes no sense. Throughout the multiverse, there are multiple different versions of Kang, the Conqueror, but there isn't multiple different versions of T'Challa. There's many different versions of Reed Richards, enough so that there is a council of Reeds, right? But there can't be multiple T'Challas. There is a council of Dooms, but there can't be multiple T'Challas. Why not? And to me, it's just, they were afraid that it wouldn't be as significant. That's what I think. But was Superman less significant after they lost Christopher Reeves? No, not necessarily. Exactly. They're going to try and recast Deadpool. Just so you know. Ryan Reynolds says that he might be out as the character. The source, I made it the fuck up. No, I actually, well, grain of salt. It was on Twitter. So, woohoo. Don't take me at my word. But it's like, I can understand not wanting to recast Wolverine. But in Deadpool and Wolverine, you literally gave the fans exactly what they wanted. They wanted Henry Cavill as Wolverine, right? They wanted John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic. and them casting Pedro Pascal instead of just bringing back John Krasinski tells me that when they do go to recast Wolverine, it's not going to be Henry Cavill. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. You know? So I can understand why. I just think it was the bad decision. It's like, how do you recast Batman after the death of Kevin Conroy? You know what I mean?
So, tonight, we start with the disappointments. We start with the worst, and then we get to the good stuff.
Basically, yeah.
So, depending on how tonight goes, we'll see if we can actually get to the best games or best playthroughs countdown, I should say, or if we save that for tomorrow night. It really depends on how far.
I will
how
not be
fast we
here
move through this
tomorrow.
stuff.
Wait, I might be here tomorrow night. I don't know. I do work tomorrow night.
Now, how do I?
So I don't know if I want to.
This is a good position for the mic. It sounds good, but it's blocking the sign a little bit.
Can we get a different position for the camera that doesn't show that melted wax fucking candle face that you got, bro? God damn.
A little bit hanging like that, right? Now it doesn't block the sign, and hopefully it's close enough that it sounds good.
Let me zoom in.
If we're having issues with audio, please let me know.
It's
and I'll
not
adjust
synced.
and say, well, screw the sign. I'll just get it as close as possible then. Okay?
Okay, it's synced now. There we go.
The slow mode is still happening. The slow mode issue. All right. Let me turn off slow mode on YouTube. Apparently, YouTube still has not fixed this slow mode issue where people can't talk. So I'm going to turn off slow mode again. I'm sorry, guys. Stupid YouTube sucks. I don't know. Again,
don't be soliciting my audience,
YouTube,
JDX, the kid.
Who literally doesn't test their code. They just throw it out there without proper testing. Expects that everyone's supposed to put up with the fact that now no one can talk when slow mode's on because of an error. There you go. Pretty stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah, you are a fucking moron. I will not deny you that.
Greetings, Retro Danny. Yes, this will be a very interactive stream. As I'm going through the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year, I certainly hope that you guys will chime in and let me know your thoughts. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Did I leave something off the list? Do I have something on the list that you think is ridiculous and shouldn't be on there? You're going to see this is very different from a worst games of the year countdown. That is not what this is at all.
I don't think so.
I don't do worst games of the year countdowns. Never have. I totally get that. You know, Kino Casino has just come back from a long hiatus, and I know they're streaming tonight, so I know people probably will be coming in and out to check in, and that's, you know, not upset by that. I get it.
Nope. I can't make my nose that pointy. I tried. But he got like Mr. Burns
doing all right,
nose, bro.
Except I keep having some technical issues, okay? And allow me to explain what I mean by that. Basically, when I go to this screen, what did I click?
Scam science?
When I go to this screen.
Maybe.
Okay, which is my gameplay screen. This is usually where I'm capturing either from PS5 Pro or from PC. Things keep screwing up on this screen, and I can't figure out why.
Dude, what if he uses his nose as like a pointer?
The YouTube pop-ups, those keep resizing on me. My camera keeps resizing on me, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing it. I'm literally not changing anything.
A professional setup, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's actually starting to drive me
who am I
nuts
fucking kidding? This audience is nothing but dudes.
It seems to keep happening on the regular. So hopefully it'll stop, but I don't know what's causing it, so I can't stop it myself.
There is one girl.
Today I was playing Dark Souls,
Motivation
and all of a sudden
exceeds
someone
me.
contributes, no pop-up.
Who hasn't been around in a while.
I don't know. Let me look. Pop-up seems to be
I'm pretty
gone.
sure
It's
today's
there,
going to be
but
all guys.
It's like invisible. Why? I don't know. So I go and I say, let's delete it and re-add it. So I delete it and re-add it. Okay, now I have to move it and resize it. So I do. My camera shrinks down to the size of like a pea, like this small. And it was like right where the cursor is. That's where the camera was. I was microscopic. And everyone was laughing, saying, what happened? I don't know. Do you think I did that?
I don't know.
I sat here and shrunk my camera? I don't even know how to do that. It just did it for
Everything
no reason. I'm like, what
Phil
the
says
hell?
sounds super gay.
So
Even
it was
in
frustrating, so I had to
context.
fix it. So it ended up being like a 5 to 10 minute fix live during the stream. I don't want to do
It's
that.
a 5 to
I
10
just want
minute
to stream
fix.
and have fun with games. You know, I'm not a tech guy who wants to
Durr.
sit here and screw around with technology constantly. Then I have to be on this screen nearly all night because this is the countdown of the 20 worst. And here, what I'll do is this, because this really has nothing to do with it. Here we go. And I will, let me put
Oh,
my
bro,
camera
I
to
got
where it
Elden
should
Ring to
be.
fucking stabilize on my PC again. So I'm not fucking with it anymore.
Off. There we go.
I'm not.
Just like that. Perfect.
I got it to work. It's working.
Yep, that's where I can be.
I think so.
So I'm going to be talking to each game that was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year. I'll be describing the game and why I felt it was one of the most disappointing, etc. Okay, each one will have its own video clip playing behind me as we go through this list. So, oops. So I hope it works. I hope everything doesn't resize and screw up. You know. Why is the leaderboard moving? Because we figured out how to do it. It's called a scrolling filter. That allows you to scroll the leaderboard. So you can see it all, and it doesn't ever look cluttered or whatever. It'll always scroll like that. Pretty cool.
Scroll like what? Let's take a look. Oh, no.
We do have top member donator up there, don't we? We do.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, now we have top subs, top members gifted, top super chat, and top tip. We literally have every single contribution type now accounted for on the leaderboard. No matter what, you get your recognition. How cool is that? It's weird that the leaderboard doesn't go to the edge of the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't. It's a little weird in that regard.
Stretch it. Stretch it.
I don't know. You know, I have no clue why, because it was supposed to stretch automatically to the edges of the screen, and then it stopped doing it. Once again, another weird thing that I can't really explain, and honestly, I don't even know how.
He figured out
to do that.
scrolling text,
What if I
yes.
did?
But why does he need it?
Okay, there we go.
That
Right-click.
looks
Is I right-click?
awful.
No, I didn't.
That looks awful.
Oh, great. Now it's fucked up. I'm serious. It looks like if you right-click.
Oh, dude.
By accident
Yesterday
on
I
it
was
when
wearing my
when you're
Venom
moving it,
shirt.
It permanently fucks it
But
up.
today I'm wearing my
So here, let me
Spider-Man
delete it and re-add it again. And how much you want to bet this will screw everything up?
I love my t-shirts, bro. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that the one where the dude took the remote?
Why can't I move?
I remember seeing that a few years ago.
I
on
can't move
Daniel
it now.
Tosh,
I'm serious.
On Tosh.0. Dude,
It
I
won't
used
let
to
me
get
edit it.
so stoned.
It's
and
like
watch
it's
that
locked
show.
from editing, and I can't edit it at all. It just sticks there now. See what I mean? I fucking am starting to really hate technology because I didn't do anything.
Good, get off the internet,
It
get a
was
fucking
working,
job, you nerd.
And now it won't work. And now I don't know how to fix it. Now it's going to be fucked up on every single screen. For some bizarre fucking reason, it does that. I don't get it. Like, what did
This
I do wrong? I
dipshit.
didn't do anything wrong. Yeah,
I
can't,
didn't
dude,
do
this is
anything
nuts.
wrong.
I can't edit it.
Lagoo. Is that like Ivan Ooze's terrible cousin?
I can't even get it to go
Ian
up or down now.
Magoo?
What is going on? Can I? How do you undo? Undo. Okay, and then if I do. I can undo these at least.
Oh, god damn. That was a fatty, bro. Oh, fuck.
Okay. Yeah, I can't edit the leaderboard, and I don't know why. So now I'm clicking on it, so I can edit the text of it, okay? But now when I go to click, nothing highlights anymore on my screen at all. It's like my screen got locked. I don't even know what happened. The leaderboard is not editable anymore.
He's as ugly up close as he is far away. Get the fuck out of here, you weirdo.
Why can't I edit the leaderboard? I'm fucked. I can't even move the leaderboard. I'm serious. I can't even move the leaderboard. It's locked there. What happens is in OBS, when you click on any source, okay, it's supposed to highlight the source on the screen. Like right now, if I click on webcam, wow, it's not allowing me to edit any source. So I can't even work. I can't do tonight's stream. I don't even know what's going on. It won't let me edit any source. What is it that makes it that you can't edit a source?
Oh my God, this is great. This is beautiful.
Lock preview? Something locked the preview.
You did,
lock the
dipshit.
preview.
Pressing buttons.
All right, so
yes, you
anyway,
did.
what I was going to say earlier, you know what I mean? It's fucking up. It's like doing things that I don't want it to do. It's locking the shit. So where's the leaderboard now? Here it is. Okay, so now we can maybe fix it. Go to...
The leaderboard is up your ass. Shit! Dude, I was watching more of Mr. Tourette's guy today.
Hit the screen, and then if I do this...
Dude's fucking hilarious.
See what it's doing? That's bizarre.
The internet has the answers to literally everything, bro.
What if I tell it to make the text smaller? Let me try something. Saying font of 72. What if I tell it font of, I don't know, 64?
What if I told you that you could save 15% or more by switching to Geico?
That's still too big. See that? It's like the font stays a certain size. What if I tell it I want font 50?
What if I told you I wanted $1 million? Would it change the problem?
Still shrink. See? I want it smaller than that. Or I got to keep going. I want font, I don't know, 36.
I know he does. He's really fucking stupid.
No, it still fucks it up. I don't know. This is so weird. It's not shrinking the font, is it?
It's not shrinking the font.
I know. Someone told me to change it. I tried to change it.
It's not shrinking the font. Oh,
you're right.
my
I want it
gosh.
to be to the edge of the screen, but I want it to be smaller font, and I can't figure it out. No matter what I do, it won't go any smaller. See that? If it shrinks it, now it makes it really shrink, which means it cuts off. I don't want it to cut off. So how do I get it to stay full screen, but not cut off? I don't know how to do that. I know I have technology luck. You're right. I have the worst technology luck on the planet. No matter what I try to do, it's all wrong. See, look at this now. Now it looks terrible.
Oh, God damn it. I chose yellow on yellow in my fucking stupid.
Now I can't get it to work because it won't go to... How do I get it to the edges? How the fuck do I get it to go to the edges of the screen? Stretch to bounds. Look at that. It stretched it out to the bounds. But now it looks now the letters look chunkier. They're not as skinny. But it did fill it. So I guess that's progress. I guess this is progress. It still looks too big though. Oh, no. Promise for it to fit. See, it's just not right. It's just not right.
You're not right.
I want it to be smaller. I don't want it to be
There's literally no
to fit.
problem
I just
here.
want it to be smaller.
There is no problem here. Just leave it the fuck alone.
So I gotta undo a bunch of shit.
Take off that little fucking border at the bottom.
Control Z.
A surprise video for me.
Disgusted.
Oh, hell no.
I'm disgusted.
Nope. Veto. After the spider one, dude, I'm not watching no more of that shit. I'll watch all the Dale clips you want, but not that.
Oh my god.
Oh my snort. Snort, 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 snort.
So fucking stupid.
I just can't get anything to work. You see what I mean? Like, this is my problem with technology. Now, look, now, obviously this didn't undo. Look, it's all fucked up. Everything's fucked up. I don't know. I give up. It won't allow me to not have the letters bigger and go further. Instead, it edits the line. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. It makes zero fucking sense that it would be like this. And then it says bounding box size. Crop to the bounding box.
Exactly.
No one
bro.
knows what the fuck that means. What is
we
a bounding
can't
box?
always get what we
Have you
want.
ever heard of a bounding box before?
Have you ever heard of not being a loser before?
I know I haven't, but I'm supposed to know what a bounding box is, apparently.
You gotta smash the dash, bro. You gotta calm down. Oh, PlayStation turned off.
I don't get it. If it stretches to bounds, now it's screwed up. See, because now it's the letters are wider. I don't like the wider letters. We could do it this way.
Dude, I've been having a lot of
by
fun
the
with
wider
my
letters, and we
camera
can change
on.
it, but at least this
I'm
way it
just saying.
fits. It's going across the whole screen. But now we got to fix this because this is all effed up.
Look at this dipshit, bro.
Again, look. I seriously can't even see it. It's too small to even see it.
How does he look down his nose like that? That takes a master of being an absolute narcissist to look down his nose that hard, bro. I swear he's an alien in a skin suit. Like, you can see his mandibles
like that, but
under
now
his
the letters
jowls.
are crushed. Does that bother you? Does
Your
the letters
face
looking like
bothers
that
me,
bother
yet
you guys
you
at
still
all?
have done nothing about
Are
it.
you okay with that? You're okay with that? See, that bothers me because I've seen the skinny letters for so many years that legit bothers me. But if it doesn't bother you, we can leave it like that.
It's because you're autistic and you don't like even the
just gotta fix
slightest
this
bit
one
of
then.
change. Are you shitting me?
What's weird is this doesn't actually transfer over to each scene. Each one I had to do individually. See what I mean? Like, I had to do all three separate. Why? Why didn't
Because
it do
you
it for all
probably
three scenes
have
by
them as
itself? That's
three
so weird.
different instances, and they aren't all the same instance. it's like if I switch between.
Well, we're gonna get started. Thank you, Sweaty Hex, for our first.
Like. Okay, my PlayStation is off. I'm stupid. Okay, so I can switch between
shout out to the
scenes.
King's Tax. Why would I separate the King's Tax from this leaderboard? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not that it's creepy. I just, ugh, they're gross.
Yeah,
it's
the
a
whole stream is me
little
messing
too
with
much
this for sure because I'm so upset.
Meant to fill
well, whatever.
time
I try to
from
do something
Phil.
new, and of course
You
now it's
can't
all
fill
messed up, and I
time
can't get
from
it to work
Phil.
the way I want.
Phil,
And it's
just
typical,
get the
isn't it?
fuck on with it, you
try
nerd.
something new and different and exciting, and you know it just pisses you off. Here we go. I gotta go back down here. Okay.
Oh my god.
I turn that off for here.
He should have had all this fucking set up before his stream started,
Okay.
bro.
All right, I'm just gonna go pee really quick, and I'm gonna come back, explain the premise, and we're gonna get started. Okay? Okay.
Bro, you wasted an entire fucking hour, bro. An entire hour. He wasted an entire hour. Do we have skip juice? Bro, we have skip juice.
Say is some of the best stuff of this year. It was hard to have anything be remembered for more than just a month. And a lot of the stuff that was the best stuff was kind of samey, you know? It's sad when you think a major DLC for a game that was a Game of the Year contender or a lot of people's Game of the Year pick 2 years ago ends up being the best thing they've played this year. That's really weird. So this
Elden
year I'm
Ring
doing stuff
is
a little
amazing,
different.
you bitch.
Okay? Why? Because this year, I really don't think I want to talk about the most disappointing games. I don't think I want to talk about the best games. I want to talk about playthroughs. Because when you look at the stuff that went really well or not well for me this year in gaming, a lot of it had to do not with the games themselves, but the playthroughs in general. What playthroughs crushed it and were fun and lasted a long time and everyone enjoyed and we had engagement and support and everyone just in their heads are going to remember those playthroughs for a long time. Compare that to the playthroughs that were the most disappointing. Now, I want you to understand something. We're about to do the top 20 most disappointing gaming playthroughs of 2024. That doesn't mean these games are bad. It could, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the game is bad.
Oh
and I will
my
try to
fucking you
explain.
bitch. You fucking little child bitch. You're incapable of taking a firm stance against anything because you know your opinions are dog shit. He literally turned it. The content's not supposed to be about you, Phil. Yet you took a list that's meant to be about the games and made it about you. Because you knew everybody was going to roast your takes on the games, bro. It is going to be all based on tips. It is going to be all based on tips. Absolutely it is.
In each situation, okay, what I actually mean by that. So if I say, oh, this game is one of the most disappointing playthroughs, I'll tell you if the game is good, but why the playthrough was disappointing. You see? There may be situations where the games are great and the playthroughs were still disappointing.
What do you mean?
There might be situations where the game was just terrible, but maybe the
What do you fucking mean? What do you mean that the playthroughs were bad? So you're going to dictate whether or not the game was it does not make sense. And what? I can't wrap my mind around what the fuck is he doing? So he's not giving his opinion of the game, but how he played the game. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't
playthrough was good.
I feel
that could also
I
happen,
feel like
okay?
I'm the
So,
stupid one.
I'm excited to count these down with you. And in fact, we have 20. Yes, 20 of each. 20 of the most disappointing playthroughs and 20 of the best playthroughs of the year.
That doesn't make fucking sense. That does not make sense. The most disappointing playthroughs? That's not what you said. Not even this morning is that what you said. You said it was the most disappointing games of the year. Am I wrong?
And so, without further ado, I believe it is time to begin, shall we? All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Why does he do that? He needs to get punched in the goddamn
The number
face.
20 most disappointing playthrough of the year for me was Path of Exile 2. And of course, you're going to see me in stereo in some of these cases, but just listen to my voice synced with me here in the bottom right corner and you'll know which is the real Phil. So, Path of Exile 2.
I'm sorry.
Phil, I don't get it. Why would this be one of the most disappointing playthroughs?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're going to mistake the Phil that's behind you as the one that's talking now. Is your audience eating glue? For a minute there, I felt like I was the dumb one. Excuse me. Excuse the fuck out of me for assuming.
Of the year for you. Okay? Well, there's two major reasons why.
I can't. He's on there twice.
Reason number one. I like Diablo-esque games. I like games where
no, you don't.
You do this top-down perspective. You're doing all kinds of RPG elements, combat, skill trees, exploration, and the loot. The loot is so addicting in games like this.
The loot.
You know, you just want to keep playing and killing the monsters or enemies.
What
so
little
that you can,
faggy shit is
get
that?
More cool loot. And that's part of the gameplay loop that hooks you, right? Back in the day, I played Diablo 1 and 2 on PC. That's right. In the 90s, I actually was a PC gamer.
And drag you behind it.
I loved Diablo 1 and 2. I thought that they were addictive, fun, really great gameplay experiences. But these games have never really translated well ever since I've been a YouTuber. I tried it with Diablo 3. I tried it last year with Diablo 4.
That does not make sense. So you like the genre and you liked the game. Then what was the mitigating circumstance that made the playthrough bad? It was money. The only thing that made the playthrough untenable was that there was no money to be made there. So every single one of these arguments is going to boil down to you didn't make enough money on it. I can guarantee that's what it is. I can guarantee that is exactly what this is going to be. It's going to always boil down to he likes the game, but the support and the audience just wasn't into it. I like at least 15 of these are going to be that.
You know, when this game was coming out at the end of 2024, I was going to skip it. I had absolutely no intentions whatsoever to play this game. Okay? You guys convinced me to. People were like, no, if you miss out on Path of Exile 2, you're going to be missing out on one of the best games of the year. It's one of the most anticipated
and
PC
he only
games
made
in
like
many
$40.
years. You absolutely must play it. So I listened to your feedback, and I said, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet. Let's get it. And I bought it. It's early access,
That's
by the way.
one
Although
way
the
to
game
do it,
apparently is pretty much done. People are saying you could play it through and actually enjoy the entirety of the game. I made this lightning monk style class, as you can see here, and I was really enjoying the graphics. The game performed very well on my PC. The gameplay elements were getting more interesting the further in that I got. You know, at first it was just kind of basic punch and then charge up some abilities and use them. But then, as you can see, I started using chain lightning, and I started using this ice ability that would slow down enemies. And it was actually getting better and better and better. But the problem with these games, which I believe they're called AARPGs, something like that. The problem with these RPGs is as follows. Fun to play.
My audience just doesn't like it.
Addictive to play, not necessarily fun to watch. And I think that's exactly what happened here.
See?
Even though I had warned all of you and I said, you know, I don't think this is going to work for a playthrough. Diablo 3 and 4 didn't work, so I don't think this is going to work. But people were like, no, Phil, you should try it anyway. We want to see you play it. So I bought it.
It boils down to money.
One stinking stream.
How much did you make on it, Phil?
Guess what happened during the stream?
How much did you make on it, Phil?
People got disengaged. The support was bad. And I'm like, you know,
there you go.
Kind of what I expected. It's
Thank you for coming out to Dark Side Phil's 20 most bullshit gaming experiences of 2024. Have a good night. Every single one of those is going to come down to the audience wasn't into it and the support was bad. We have one.
My best. I tried to learn all the elements. I was trying to learn the class. The problem with a game like this is it's very attention demanding. Take a look. There's tons of enemies on the screen at once. They're all after you and can kill you if you're not careful. So you got to be paying attention. It's not a chill game or a laid-back game in any way. You've got to be on your toes. Look at this. Enemies just come off the edges of the screen at any moment, and you got to be ready for it. So unlike a lot of other playthroughs where we could either relax or have some social interaction, sadly, this one didn't turn out like that. And it just ended up flopping. You know, I now haven't, to this date, I haven't played it again, even though I bought the game.
Because you only made $40.
To be honest, guys, no one's asked me for it. Like,
because
no one's really,
only made $40.
Saying, hey, what about Path of Exile 2 that you started? Are you ever going to continue it? Like, I don't think anyone's even said that to me. So it's sad because it's a game that I like.
This is basically,
hold on, like classic Diablo, which I enjoy.
This is basically a list of games that he did not, or the list of games that the audience did not support.
But the playthrough just didn't resonate with the audience, and that's why it makes it disappointing for me. Okay? It's not that the game's bad in any way, shape, or form. I like it, but hey, I got to play stuff that's going to resonate with my audience, correct? Okay. Number 19, most disappointing playthrough of the year. A game that most of you most likely do not remember even existed. It is called Silent Hill: The Short Message. So for those who did not watch me play it, this was relatively early on in 2024. It was actually a free game. All right. Now, the reason that it was hype at the time was because at this time, Silent Hill 2 Remake hadn't come out, and we were all looking forward to and craving Silent Hill content. We all wanted more Silent Hill content.
Every time
when this was announced that it was going to be a free game that was coming out and you're going to be able to suck back into the world of Silent Hill and all of its survival horror, but that it was going to be a first-person game that had, you know, exploration element and a deep story, it was very intriguing. Hey, this sounds good to me. Plus, it's free. So when it's a free game, it's like you can't really get too upset, correct? Why would you get upset if it's free? When I started playing it, I actually really liked it. Like the beginning of the game, I felt was very, very interesting. It had this whole mystery aspect of
so I had
people
to
or
drop
the girls
it.
involved in this storyline alive or dead. What really happened at this school? You know what is hell going on? Is this girl trapped in Silent Hill or a parallel dimension? Or plus there actually aren't many or any enemies until nearly the end of the game. So it actually makes you feel like a slow build towards actual risk of something that's going to be coming after you.
Dude,
so here's the deal.
It seems like everybody's streaming this tonight.
2 hours out of this 3.5-hour experience are pretty good. However, the critical flaw in this game is the final 45 minutes. Because in the final 45 minutes, they send you on a crazy chase. Now, I don't think that I actually caught that here. Actually, I did. Here it is. Wow, I grabbed the right video. So, in this final 45 minutes, as you can see, number one, the game's performance dips. You're in this crazy chase where the enemy is after you constantly, and you have to be running around perfectly, because if not, the enemy will grab you, and then you have to start the whole chase over. But the graphics start to dip, and the frame rate starts to suffer. At the critical moment when you need it to be the best, it actually starts to suffer, and that's unfortunate. Now, the problem is you have to run through this maze-like area. You have no idea where you are because there's no map. So you're just trying to get your bearings. If you make a wrong turn, oops, the enemy grabs you. You got to start completely over. Like, you literally have to keep moving at all times. If you stop, this enemy can grab you, and then you're starting over. The problem is, in this area, you have to grab a ton of stuff. You have to end up grabbing items and all kinds of things in this area. And if you don't grab them in the right order, guess what? You can't make progress. So what this ends up actually being is you, through trial and error, multiple times failing, okay? Basically, you have to keep trying over and over. And it becomes this tedious, endless loop. And it's very boring. It's frustrating. It's like, why is it like this? The rest of the game wasn't like this. It was actually better. This last sequence, no, don't get me wrong. The last sequence is creepy because there's finally a monster coming after you trying to kill you. But it is so tedious and the gameplay is just so outdated. Do you really want to redo this area over and over and over? Well, guess what? It took me nearly 45 minutes to beat this final segment. If I had known exactly where to go and what order to do it in, I probably would have beaten it in 5 minutes. But instead, I had to redo it and redo it and redo it and redo it. Very frustrating for anyone trying to beat this game after having sunk about 2 to 3 hours into it up to that point. And then lastly, on top of all of that, without spoiling the ending, it's a cliffhanger ending that doesn't truly explain how the game ended. So just think of it this way. You are investing all of this time, all of this effort to beat this final chase. You're getting so frustrated because you die a bunch of times, you have to keep redoing it. And then you get to the ending that you've earned, your big deserved reward, and it's not a clear ending. You don't actually know what happened, and the game just ends in the credits roll, and it's incredibly disappointing. If anything, I've said this before, and I'll say it many, many more times, I'm sure, in the future. When you're investing your time into a game, especially if it's a game that's challenging or seems like you've gone through a journey, you want to have a good ending. You cannot have a wish-washy ending, and this game has the ultimate unspecific wish-washy ending. It's very disappointing, and it makes you feel like, man, maybe I shouldn't have spent the last 3.5 hours playing it, even if it was free. It doesn't feel like they really put the effort in to give it an ending that was worth your time. Very frustrating, and it just stacked up to be one of the most disappointing games after I beat it. So I was like, man, I wish that I kind of had done anything else. I feel like maybe I would have had a better use of my time rather than wasting 3.5 hours.
You can watch all the Dale clips you want.
What's up, everyone? I see a lot more people have joined the stream. Welcome to anyone who is joining here in progress. These are the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024, and we got through the first 2. Ready to continue?
The first one was because of money.
Retro Denny says it reminded me of PT. I mean, and that's the thing.
Second one was because he didn't like the ending.
Are basically trying to
fair
emulate
enough.
What PT
but
did.
that's
PT was the innovator.
The game not being good at the end.
Behind PT, which is funny because PT was just a playable teaser that never actually sold for anything. But yeah, definitely those kind of vibes. Okay, shall we continue? All right. My number 18 most disappointing playthrough of the year was Marvel Rivals. Now you might say, wait, what? Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals is like the hottest game right now. Marvel Rivals has record numbers of players on Steam. People are playing the heck out of it, really loving it. And honestly, it's pretty good.
This one's going to come down to money.
It's basically classic Overwatch style gameplay.
The only difference being, as you can
see, it's third person rather than first person, and it stars Marvel characters and properties. So why would Marvel Rivals stack up to be one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year? Well, first off,
it didn't interest my audience.
I first played this game during the summertime when it had an open beta, and I actually liked it during the open beta. Then I came back to it later in the year when it had a full release in December, and I was having a good time with it. I liked playing all the different characters. I liked messing around with the different mechanics. I thought that the different Marvel aspects of it were actually quite neat. And although, I'll be honest, in some cases, I feel certain characters weren't really representative of what they are in the Marvel Universe, i.e. like Magneto, who in this game is very different from how he would, used in a comic book. But basically, I really enjoyed it.
No, he wasn't.
And so, why is it disappointing? Because both times I played it, both in the summer and at the end of the year,
it didn't resonate
I basically
with his
got
audience.
Initial interest where people were showing up and liking it and engaging with it and supporting it for a couple streams, maybe like 2 to 3 streams each.
Again,
and then when I got to about the 10-hour gameplay mark, I noticed
this is number 2.
Not necessarily boredom, but stagnation. People got to a point where they were like, we've seen enough. Every time you play, even though you're using different characters, it's not really that different. It's just Overwatch. Now listen, I'll admit it has an incredible amount of similarities to Overwatch.
No.
Okay. But
no, that
it's
did
good
not
still.
happen.
Like, it doesn't mean that it's bad. I mean, Overwatch, when it was at its prime in 2016, 2017,
that did not happen,
was
bro.
one of the biggest games on the planet. It won
That
Game of the
did
Year at
not
the Game of the
happen.
Year awards. People were having merchandise in the mainstream. I mean, hell, I'm not even kidding you.
That didn't
I had
happen.
a car sunshade that said Overwatch. It was so popular you could just buy it at a normal store. You know, it was on the level of games like Minecraft and stuff like that. Or I guess you would say, or Fortnite today. So then why does no one talk about Fortnite anymore? Excuse me. Why does no one talk about Overwatch anymore? Well, because Activision Blizzard ran it into the ground and ruined it, and now very few people talk about it or play it compared to what was like, you know, 70 years ago.
What does this have to do with Marvel
So in
Rivals?
the case of this, Marvel Rivals, this is a game that takes those great things from Overwatch, and then on top of that, applies flashy graphics and a really good Marvel, you know, IP, and combines it into a winning formula. So then why on earth won't people watch me play it? Why do people complain that it's boring, repetitive, and why do people not support? Don't really know, except people just say it's too much like Overwatch. So
money. That's number 2 that was money, bro. People were watching you play it. They just weren't giving you money. It's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. Bro, get the fuck out of here with your lying ass shit. Nobody wanted to watch me play it. Because you
really
sucked at it.
Much. At the same time, when I look at this, I'm like, you know, I feel like the game would have been better in first person. Just being honest. Like, I think the third person aspect was their excuse to say they didn't blatantly copy Overwatch, even though it's apparent they actually did. But basically, I think the game is fun. And I'm disappointed because I actually was having fun picking new characters. As you can see, I was picking characters like Iron Fist or Venom or Scarlet Witch or Hawkeye. And I was enjoying learning these new characters and how to play with them.
He already
and
said it.
And there,
the
I had
problem
actually adjusted
was
to keyboard
the
and mouse,
money,
and I was
bro.
actually getting even better with keyboard
The
and mouse.
problem was the money.
I just had a stream where no one cared. And I was like, well, I can't
No
continue
one
to play a
cared,
game that
i.e.
cares
no one
about.
gave
It's
him
sad.
money. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
So again, at least this one lasted like 12 hours each time that I played it. But man, just to be honest, again, this is very similar to Path of Exile, where I liked the game. I wanted to keep playing it.
Money.
Didn't resonate with
Both
the audience.
times.
And I got to do what my audience tells
These
me.
two,
You know, I'm here to be an interactive
Path of
live
Exile
streamer.
and Marvel
I'm not here to stream
Rivals,
for myself.
both of
I got to
them.
play games you guys are going to show up for and enjoy. In the
It's
case
money.
Of Marvel Rivals, sadly, that only lasted about 10 hours, and then I had to move on. Retro Danny says, Marvel Rivals gives me good memories of the original Overwatch. I'm still salty that Activision Blizzard ran it to the ground. Yeah, I know. I remember original Overwatch. It was quite good, wasn't it? It really was a great game. And it's sad that it ended up being what it was after just a couple of years. Too many changes, too many, you know, things giving into whiny players. And, you know, and then, of course, Overwatch League. And that dictated how the game was going to go progress and play with new content and stuff. And, yeah, it's just sad. Okay. Let's continue on, my friends. Up next, number 17, most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was, you may not even know what this is yet. You ready? The campaign of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. All right? I was so disappointed by the campaign for a couple of reasons. Number one, a lot of people had told me that it was good. And I was like, oh, if it's good, then I can't wait. I can't wait to play this campaign. You know, Call of Duty usually is one of the biggest bang for your buck packages of any game all year. You get your single player campaign, you get your multiplayer, you get your zombies, you get your battle royale in Warzone, and all of that is varied and different. And so, you know, that's a great amount of content for $60. In this case, now I guess it's $70. And this year it was on Game Pass. It's like, so what's to lose, right? So I played the campaign. The whole
This one's gonna be money too.
Is a puzzle. They literally throw you into
What were you disappointed in, bro? Call of Duty?
Mansion.
Was it bad
this
this year? I don't play it.
And they're like, here's a puzzle to solve. Now, you don't have to solve it, but obviously if it's thrown in
But
your
if
face,
it was
here it
bad,
is, you want to
man,
solve it.
fuck 'em.
So I ended up 45 minutes trying to solve this puzzle with black lights
$70
and
for a
secret
bad
codes and
game,
things
bro?
like
Fuck that.
And then they throw you into the game, and what's the first level? Stealth, where you're creeping around like Hitman or the character from Dishonored, and you're trying to not get detected and to take down a few guys, but basically not cause a ruckus. you know, everything that's like the antithesis of Call of Duty. Oh yeah, here's the level that I wanted to show you. Doesn't this just look like Call of Duty to you? Yeah, when you're like James Bond and you're going undercover into presidential you know, political rallies and you're committing espionage and stuff. Yeah, that's Call of Duty, right? The weirdest part about it is once you get through these parts and later on you actually get to parts that have gunplay in them, the gunplay sucks. The gunplay is boring and repetitive. And listen, I understand that it's Call of Duty, right? You know, Call of Duty is meant to just be kind of a run and gun game. But I'll be honest, I've played the campaigns of most of these. I didn't play last year's Modern Warfare 2 because I heard it was atrociously bad. Or was it Modern Warfare 3? Whichever last year's was. But I played pretty much every campaign up to now. I tried, guys. I really tried playing this campaign. I couldn't stand it. I was literally falling asleep, so bored playing this game that I just didn't care.
Oh,
I just can't play it
it's
anymore.
really fucking
So,
dumb, bro.
I quit it. You know, again, something that I was told by so many people was good. And then when I went to test it, it's like every single thing that doesn't feel like Call of Duty. And then when it gets to the parts that are like Call of Duty,
he
they're
is
incredibly
always
repetitive
bored,
and boring,
bro.
uninspired, no real interesting set pieces or anything. Instead, it was just like, what happened here?
You're complaining that it's different.
Big disappointment
when
for
you're
me.
asking
you know,
it
when
to
I
be
bought the Call of
different.
Duty package, I was hoping to
Are you
respectfully
stupid?
get, you know, content out of all of it. And I'm never going
What
back
did you
to the
want
campaign. It just sucked.
Generic
I don't know what else to say.
army man?
That's my opinion. I know a lot of people liked it and disagree with me, but that's my opinion. Okay? Okay. The number 16 most disappointing playthrough of 2024, Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga. Or was it Senua's Sacrifice? Or was it Senua? Does anyone even remember? And I think this is the point that I want to make. When they said they were making a sequel to Hellblade, I think people got excited. Whoa, well, Hellblade was an original game for Xbox One. The graphics at the time were absolutely outstanding. It had an interesting visual style, a bunch of cool puzzles and combat, simple, but still interesting and fun. And it had a very unique perspective where the main character probably has some level of mental illness, hallucinating things, hearing voices in her head. And so you have to ask, what is really going on?
What is
anything
really
you're seeing
snorting
real, or
on?
is this all in her head? Poor Senua could be suffering a mental breakdown right now.
I'm
right
suffering
now,
a
this
mental
orb
breakdown
that she's putting into a
dealing with this
stand, is this
bullshit.
real? Is she imagining this? You don't know. Are you even going to ever get answers for that? Probably not, okay? So the first
Lord,
game,
thank you.
Hellblade 1, was great for the time. Hellblade 2 came out in 2024 on the Xbox Series S and X, and here, this is representative of me playing it on the Xbox Series X, for the record. As you can see, outside of the lighting elements, do you notice something? First off, the game is locked at 30 frames per second. That is insanely stupid. If this is supposed to be a truly next-gen game, this is supposed
talking
to be a
about
flagship
things
title from
being
Microsoft under their
insanely
umbrella.
stupid.
You need the game to perform up to standard, and it doesn't. Running at only 30 frames per second is completely unacceptable in 2024. The game should have been running at 60. I don't care about how much lighting and the detail. It has to run at 60 frames to be considered a viable, you know.
What? What?
Top tier style game, and
This
it doesn't.
fucking idiot.
Number two, sadly, the game just didn't do enough to really impress or
It's
innovate.
a dumb
In fact,
game.
if you
but
play this
that's
one
such a
compared to the first
stupid
one, it's
criticism.
almost the same. There's a few distinct differences. For example, there's some big boss fights. However, the boss fights just kind of water down to very simple puzzles rather than actual challenging, interesting fights. And once again, in regards to the gameplay elements and the story, it's pretty much just another version of the first game. They don't really innovate. There's nothing really added that's so different or groundbreaking.
It's a sequel,
It kind of feels
dipshit.
like you're just continuing on with the first game. This very well could have been sold as a DLC or presented as one for the first game. I don't think
This
anyone
guy
would have
wants
noticed
his
the difference.
opinion to
And in
be
fact, I
taken
think that's the most
seriously and
notable
just
thing.
said sold.
You know, the first Hellblade game came out so many years ago. This one
He
just
just
came out
said
last year.
sold.
And do you see
Is it
major
perfect
upgrade in the
sold?
graphics?
Oh,
No.
fuck.
And the graphics are what the first game was mostly known for. Let's also be honest. Do you see anything too groundbreaking with the game or the actor's performance? No, it's pretty standard, right? She won Performer of the Year. Why? Why would the Game Awards award her
This
Performer
doesn't
of the
make sense.
Year
What
for a
does any of this
subpar
have to
game,
do with
a
your
subpar
playthrough of the
story,
game?
And it just felt like it was
You
a
stupid
copy of the
bitch.
first. Like,
you stupid bitch. You said that this was commentary on your playthroughs of the game and how bad those were. Yet here you are literally criticizing the validity of the game. So is it a top 20 fucking worst list of games or playthroughs? Because you're saying that it's one thing, well, it's actually been both. It's been both. Am I stupid? I'm so confused at what this list actually is about.
what
I have
happened?
no idea.
I don't know. So this was a game that I was so disappointed in. I was actually hyped for it. I really liked Hellblade 1. And I thought it was going to be more of that same level of greatness. And instead, it just kind of fizzled and fell on its face and just wasn't that good. Okay. Continuing
It just
on, folks.
wasn't that good. Okay.
My number
What-
15
I hate when he
most
fucking does that,
disappointing
dude.
playthrough of the year was. Oh, that's right. I know you guys are probably going to be like, what? Multi-Versus.
Money.
Okay?
Money.
So, for the record,
Money.
Multi-Versus is a game that actually was out years
Money.
ago
Money,
in
money,
early access
money.
/ beta, right? When the game finally had a full release this year, a lot of people were questioning whether it was going to be well received and was it going to be a good game or not. I was one of them.
It was okay.
You know, I liked Multiverses many years ago. What was it, like two and a half years ago when it was in that open state? I actually liked the variety of characters that were in it, their different play styles. I just found it very enjoyable. So what happened with Multiverses when it came out was that you had two distinct groups of people. Some people were curious to see this is going to be a full release game that was going to be worth playing. And others just immediately said, well, we already saw this 2 years ago. We know exactly what the game is. And they feel like it's just a kind of a knockoff of Smash Brothers that will never live up to the level of competitive gameplay or hype of Smash Brothers. And therefore, they just immediately wrote it off and said, it sucks. So for me, I landed somewhere in the middle because I was definitely curious with the final release and these new characters, such as you can see the Banana Guard and Jason Voorhees. You know, were they going to be good? Were they going to significantly change the way the game was played? You know, it was going to be pretty exciting. When it released, I did play it a good amount. And immediately I noticed some distinct changes to the game that I didn't like. As you can see, this weird color filter over teams. I didn't understand what they were doing with this. And I actually believe what happened is they fixed it. And now this color filter is gone or toned down because everyone complained that it was way too strong and very, very, like annoying. No one liked this color filter. In addition, the game played decently, but it had some lag issues for sure. I wish that it didn't have as many lag issues.
What?
But for the most part, it played pretty similarly, I would say, to the original from a couple years ago, the early access that is, with a few distinct disappointments. For example, one of my favorite characters of that early release was Velma, and Velma is absolutely terrible in this final version of the game.
Yeah,
They
because they
nerfed
took
the
away a
living
lot of
crap
her
out
cheese.
her to the point where, like, there's no point in her
I
even
can't
being
cheese
in
with her
the game.
anymore.
That's how
Boo-hoo.
bad she actually
Little
is.
bitch.
Now, lucky for me, certain characters like Bugs Bunny, who was one of my other
Bugs
my other
Bunny.
big favorites, actually
Bugs
is quite good in the
Bunny.
final release. But again,
It's Bugs
the problem
Bunny.
here was
Why do you
a game
say
like
it
this
like that,
is
bro?
going to require
Bugs
a lot
Bunny.
of time investment to learn how to play it. There's a lot of character selection. You know, this is sounding familiar, kind of like Marvel Rivals, where you got to play different characters, learn, take time to learn and get good and stuff like that. And guess what happened? I basically played it twice. And by
And
the
you
time that I
weren't
wanted to
good,
play it a third
and you
time,
sucked.
everyone said, stop playing this game.
Nope.
It's just a Smash Brothers knockoff.
Did
it's
not
just another
happen.
game that plays similarly to another game. It's not very good.
That
Stop it.
didn't happen.
And you know what? I'll be honest. I wish that people had been more open-minded because I think I would have liked
It was money.
if I had tried more
This
characters
is number
and played
3.
it longer. It
Money
just seems like with my
is
audience,
number
either a game
3.
immediately resonates and is a hit, or people just don't like it at all. And sadly, that's what happened with this game, just like Marvel Rivals, where I was enjoying it. I wanted to try new characters. I was having a good time. But after a couple of streams, everyone got bored with it. Okay?
Nobody wanted
So
to
what's
give me
funny
money
about
to
it,
play
though,
it.
is that apparently the game did not do well. Someone even just said they just checked right now. Only 700 people are playing this game on Steam. It has completely and utterly failed, and no one is playing it. That's pretty bad for a game that had this kind of a hype and budget put behind it. All
it
these
failed
IPs
a
were
lot
purchased and licensed to be in the game. The fact that this game right now is a failure and no one's really talking about it or playing it, it's pretty darn sad. So, Multiverses came up a flop.
Right?
It sucks because there was 2.5 years of anticipation.
This is number
and I was
3
very
that he
excited
quit
for it,
because of
but sadly it didn't resonate. And
because of
again,
money.
another one that ended up
This
getting
is
dropped
3
because
out of
people just didn't like
5. This is 3 out of
Brian asked,
5
"Do you
that
think
have
game
just
devs deserve
been
a second
money.
chance so they can sort out a game like this after release." Listen, in this game, it's free. You didn't pay anything for it. So I'm down with the game coming out and having issues that they want to tweak and get
Dude,
better.
I had to
because
take a
it's
break
free.
from it.
Now, if you
I
paid
played over
$70 for that
170
game
hours
and
of
it came
it.
out
I had to
unfinished,
take a
wonky,
break.
and messed up, then you had a problem. But the fact that it's free, I don't really have too many complaints. I think that it was a good game. I really do.
Then why didn't you continue to play it?
Okay.
Then why didn't you continue to play it, Phil?
Richard Danny says he agrees the color filter was annoying, and also he didn't like that certain characters were nerfed. So there you go.
Oh no, then get
All right,
better with
folks.
other characters.
Up next,
Like I didn't like that they nerfed Batman, so I
number
figured out how to play with Black
15,
Adam.
excuse me, the number 14 most disappointing game playthrough of the year for me. That's right. I think you recognize it. Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
That game was just
For
bad.
someone who liked all of the Dragon Age games up to now, including Origins, 2, Inquisition, this game I actually got hyped for because it's been so long, nearly a decade since the last Dragon Age game came out. And we heard so much about it over the years and then just kind of absolutely nothing, right? It was like radio
that one
silent
is
for a
money
while.
too.
And so all of a sudden, there started to be a blitz of information in the last like 6 to 8 months about this game. Like, uh-oh, this is so weird that we heard nothing. Now all of a sudden, everything at once, does that mean something bad, right? Now, incidentally, a viewer of mine wanted to see me try this game so badly, they freaking donated a PS5 Pro for me to play it on.
They
need a PS5 Pro because I had a
didn't.
gaming PC by then, but they really wanted to see me try out this game.
That is a
on there to see how it
goddamn
would
lie.
perform. To be honest, as you can see, it performs really well. This game actually runs
That is a
incredibly
lie,
well on the
Phil.
PS5 Pro. I didn't have any issues with frame drops or graphics. I think actually its strongest suit was actually the graphics, that they were so good that I was really enjoying that aspect of the game. But my problem with Dragon Age: The Veilguard is very simple. It is an incredibly slow-moving, snail's pace game.
And it didn't resonate
I
with
probably
my
played
audience.
it for around 15 hours, maybe 20, and I couldn't even tell you what was going on with the story. Let's see. 2 elven gods were released from some kind of alternate dimension, and they were trying to take over the world, and you were just working with allies to try to stop them, except literally in the first 20 hours, you do absolutely nothing to stop them. You end up doing side quests, busy work, and filler content that have nothing to do whatsoever with your end goals of the plot.
It won't let me get
So
up there, dude.
what you're telling you is this game's going to be like 100 hours long. You're going to spend 80 of those hours and not actually doing the main story. Is that okay? Well, I guess if the story was engaging and immersive or whatever. But for me, I found it hard to even remember what I was doing in certain areas. The map kind of sinks into other areas, and so it kind of all blends together because it all is kind of a seamless world, which could usually work, except in this case, you end up stumbling upon another quest, and then another half of a quest, and then a boss challenge here, and then this here. And half the time, you don't even know what you're doing or if you're doing the right thing for the quest you were trying to do or not, and it just ends up this kind of endless time sink.
But you played
In fact, I would almost
fucking.
argue that is the best way that this game could be described.
But
It's a
you
time
played
sink.
that one
If you're
game,
looking for a
fucking
game where you can just kind of gel and not really care
Stardew
about what
Valley,
you're doing,
which
but you
is
want
literally
some
nothing but
flashy
a time
graphics,
wasting
some
game where you
interesting
go
gameplay
and
elements
harvest
and
fucking
screw the
fruit
story,
and vegetables,
that's good.
dude.
That's Dragon Age: The Veilguard. But if you're there for a riveting, gripping storyline, it's just not there. At least
I'm
not
not saying
in the
you're
first 20
wrong about
hours.
Dragon
And I'm
Age. That
sorry,
was a bad
I'm just
game.
not going to keep sinking time into a game where
He
I
did
just
like
don't
Duke
know what's
Nukem
going on and
Forever
I'm
because
bored.
he's not
You know,
smart.
and that's the problem. Ultimately, is the gameplay loop's addictive, the graphics are good, but the story is boring. Do you want a boring story in a 100-hour RPG? It's pretty much going to be a major focus of the game. So
I
why
dodged
the
right
holy
into
heck
that.
is the story so boring? Now, I'm well aware that this game also has elements that are incredibly leftist-leaning politically and culturally. Apparently, there's this big woke moment that we all watched and reacted to on my podcast at one point. And
The
to be
bars
honest,
thing,
I
so
wish that wasn't in
fucking
there
stupid.
because a lot of people have written the game off because of that content, okay? For me, I've been saying this recently, keep politics out of my games. I don't want politics or culture wars in my games. I just want my games to be fantasy so I can unplug from reality. and have a good time in a game. I don't want to boot up a game and be like, oh, now I got to deal with people saying that this person is trans and that's bad or good. Is this person represented well? Do you remember the pronouns? It's a fantasy video game. I want to escape from all the chaos of reality and have to think about any of that shit when I'm playing the game. So the game misses the mark when it tries to shove those kind of topics down your throat. Now, I am happy to report, again, in the 20 hours that I played, I didn't encounter any of that content. It must be further into the game. So I'm glad that at the very least it's not shoved down your throat at the beginning. But still, the fact that it's in there, you knew it was going to be a thing of contention. And the thing is, the game devs do it too. I think that BioWare, in this case, wanted the game to be talked about no matter what. And they were possibly afraid that if they didn't put that kind of content in the game, maybe people would say it was kind of a subpar game and wouldn't care about it and wouldn't talk about it. So they had to wedge that stuff in to get it to be the hot topic about the game and cause controversy around it so that people would discuss it. And it worked. People absolutely discussed this game for about a month. And now it's as if it never existed. You could get it for a very deep discount everywhere. And it's sad because for a game that has like 100 hours of content and looks this good, you would think that the effort would have been put in all around. But sadly, it looks like the gameplay was the focus, not the story. If you don't have a good story in a game that's a role-playing game, hence, you know, you want to play the role of a character in a fantasy setting and, you know, live their story. Well, if I don't care about their story, then your RPG has failed. And that's the main problem with Dragon Age the Veilguard. No one really cares about the characters, so why play the game? That's why I dropped it. I was so bored, I just didn't want to continue.
No.
Okay.
Money.
So I have a couple shout outs to do.
Money.
We're going to continue with our countdown.
It was
Thank
money.
Thank you to the following couple of people. So we start with a $20 tip. From
if
Mars
the money was there, he would have kept
a $1
playing.
donation for every disappointing game. There you go. So $20 because there's 20 disappointing games. Well, it's actually 20 disappointing playthroughs. Because as I've already stated, some of these games I liked. You know, Marvel Rivals, I wasn't disappointed by that game.
You
Sadly,
didn't like Marvel
by the
Rivals.
Reception that it got as a playthrough. So a little
that
bit of
doesn't make sense, dude.
Thank you, Mars Inhabitant, for the $20 tip. However, you might be thinking, well, that's our top tip, right? No, it is not. No, it is not. Because, ladies and gentlemen, oops, was that 22? I think it was 22, right? So now I think we're at 22. I received another tip. A $50 tip.
From who?
From Lisa Lou. Thank you so much to Lisa
thank
Lou
you,
for a
Ryan.
$50 tip tonight.
Notice,
thank you for your contribution.
Notice
and for
how
my content,
Iron Chef Sakai isn't there, but Ryan is there.
Leaderboard. So now we are about halfway to our goal for the night, my friends.
It's the same person, bro. I swear it is.
Thank you so much for the support. 72 out of the 150 goal. Remember, if we hit the goal, counts towards our rewards, and then we get rewards sooner. All right? Cool. Excellent. Thank you so much.
What is with
Mars
this like breathless
Lou.
thing he's been doing
continuing
lately?
on
At the
here.
ends of his sentences, he just like breathlessly says the last
again,
word.
Are we? No, we are not. Absolutely
what a
not.
dumbass.
Our next most disappointing playthrough of the year. The 13th most disappointing playthrough was Dragon Ball Z.
Get the fuck out
Sparking
of here.
Zero free 0-calorie cola. Is it just me, or did Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero sound like a low-calorie beverage? It totally did to me. Like, that's what I thought it was. You know, the name is just such a bizarre name, okay?
I know Chill Murray's losing his shit right now.
So why Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? Why is this on the countdown
Money.
of the most disappointing
Money.
playthroughs of the year? By the way, good evening, Jade. Good to see you. And good evening, Bookworm. He says the ticker style contributions bar is growing on him. Cool.
I'm not happy about this.
So
how
why?
is it disappointing
game,
at all?
Why this
game was amazing.
Okay? I'll tell you why. Because I haven't played a Dragon Ball game in many years. I played a few. I played Kakarot. I played Xenoverse 1 and 2. And I may have even played one more years ago. I know I played Dragon Ball Fighters as well. Their actual 2v2 2D fighting game. Okay?
I just started up solo leveling.
Why then was I not interested in this one? Because every time that there's a Dragon Ball game, it's literally the same story. You relive the same classic events where Goku and his friends are trying to defend the world from invading enemies like Vegeta and Nappa, and then it turns into this the Frieza saga and the Cell saga and the Android saga
It
and
added,
the freaking
it added
saga,
alternate paths and
you know, the same
everything.
stuff. And I've now
What?
relived that plot line so many times. I'm just not that interested in it anymore. You know, as a kid when I was growing up, I loved Dragon Ball anime, but I just don't see the appeal.
You were
of
an
the same
adult
events
when
over
it came to the
7,000 times.
States, you dumbass.
So when this game was coming out, people sold me on it and said, no, Phil, you don't understand. The campaign of this game is very different. This campaign is actually going to be you doing what-if scenarios where you can actually do things differently than they actually happened in the real anime. And therefore, you could see alternate scenarios. Well, that was definitely present. Problem was the game didn't explain how to do it. So half the time, you'd get these scenarios by accident, and then realize you played yourself into a corner and had to replay a state.
Imagine thinking that a game needs to tell you what its secrets are and how to get its secret content. Imagine if in Mortal Kombat 2, instead of just finding fucking smoke, right? The game told you in the menu, do this, this, and that, and you'll get smoke. What the fuck? What? Imagine if in Street Fighter, there was an entire guide in the back of the game that explained in detail exactly how to counter every single move. It told you the exact frame data and everything within the game. It told you all the secrets, all the timing, everything. It left nothing to the imagination. You'd play that game? Who would play that game? If everybody knew how to do everything, why would you want to play the game? It's why speedrunners are so popular, right? Because they know everything about the game. You want that in some small aspects, right? But not for the game to give the shit to you directly. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is the first time I've ever heard somebody criticize a game for having secret content. What the fuck is this?
Repetitively over and over to unlock another scenario to continue on with the game. That's frustrating. Sadly, it's pretty outdated game design. I don't really know what they were going for there.
Secrets in a video game are outdated. Secrets in a video game are outdated. Yeah. If you use a strategy guide, it's external to the game. It's not the game directly telling you, like, go 2 steps to the left and there you'll find the game's most powerful weapon. Imagine if in an RPG, it showed you everywhere the secret items were located, right? You'd be mad or like upset that all the mystique of the game is gone and you know every single aspect of the game now. You don't have to worry about, oh, how do I beat this boss that has thousands of HP, right? The game just tells you, oh, go here, get this item, and then you'll be able to beat the boss without you having to think about it at all. Exactly. He wants the game to hold his hand. He wants the game to tell him what everything is. And I don't want that. I never want that in a video game. Imagine if when you loaded up Elden Ring for the first time, it gave you a tutorial about how every aspect of the game worked. And it told you how to defeat every single boss, how to find every single secret aspect of the game. It wouldn't have been as magical at that point, because then you would know everything. And I'm sorry, dude, but these games are Dragon Ball games, outside of the competitive aspect of them, are made for children. So why are you going to go to a game that's basically made for a kid and complain that there's secrets in a game? Would you complain about a secret level in Mario? I mean, come on, dude. It's not easy to get the secret content of a game. So why would you just want it given to you? This just speaks to his mentality. He's a silver spoon-fed little man baby that doesn't want to try for shit. And I don't mean to make it sound like using guides or anything is wrong. It's not. We've all used a guide here or there, but I don't want the game to be the guide that tells me everything. It can drip feed me information, but I don't want to click on a menu and know how to defeat Bowser. I just don't. I want to learn how to defeat Bowser, even if there's a secret way to fucking do it. And I have to die 1,000 times like I did with the Elden Beast. I would have been upset if I lost to the Elden Beast for like 10 times in a row, and then a menu popped up and explained in exact detail on how to beat him. I wouldn't want that. I don't want any kind of hand-holding in a game. At least to that extent. That's overboard.
So by the time that I had grinded through and finally completed Goku's plotline, I was so exhausted, I wasn't too interested in doing any others, okay? Now, you want to talk about the online play? Well, you're seeing a bit of it right here. The game has an insanely large roster of characters. Mm-hmm. And the way that it works is essentially you are making a balanced team. Each character has a ranking number. So you could pick a very powerful character, but that character has a high ranking number, meaning you're going to be able to, or be
you
able
can
to pick
play
less
solos.
Than say if you pick the team with all 5
you can play solos. Characters.
I compare this to the team-based system that they used in the Capcom versus SNK series many, many years ago, where you could have like a rank 1 or ratio 1, ratio 2 character, but then you could have a team of 4 ratio 1s or only 1 ratio 4. So it's kind of a similar premise. The problem is, none of it really matters, because once you get online and you start playing, all the combat looks just like this. Basically, everyone just goes at each other and spams. And yes, there is some strategy to it. Don't get me wrong. There's different classes of characters.
You're the one using the character that's broken. Everyone just rushes in and spams. The one that ran in and spammed was you. You're this giant fucking robot. You're running in on a tiny ass Piccolo. Get the fuck out of here. You're the one that's cheesing, dude. Not the dude that can't do anything to you. Small characters cannot fight big characters. Well, they can, but they can't grab them. Their grab specials don't work. And it's only specific characters that those types of moves work with, like Tapion. He can counter giants because he's a character that encounters a giant within the mythology. So his moves work. He never learned to play it at all. He's so dumb. He's so dumb.
There's faster characters. There's more projectile trapping characters. There's more tankish characters. I'm actually using a tankish character in this video, a giant robot that has super armor, okay? But
you're the one cheesing,
it's an incredibly simplistic game. Does it have nuances to the control scheme? Yes. But here's what it basically boils down to. Attack, attack, attack until someone presses an escape button. Then they try to counterattack you, but then you can do your own escape. And that's it.
No.
I'm not kidding. That's the game. Like, it's
that
just
is
attack,
not. That is not the fucking game. It isn't. That is not the game. That's not the game. That is one small aspect of the game. It's one tiny aspect of the fucking game, bro. Imagine thinking Street Fighter was just sweeps. Or Mortal Kombat was just specials. Dude, you're dumb and you're ignorant and you're talking out of your ass. What the absolute fuck? Bro, that isn't even half of the game. Not even it's not even a third of it. It's barely a small part.
Attack, counterattack, counterattack. Oops, we're all out of energy. Got to run away and recharge and then go at each other again.
No.
There definitely is a higher level strategy to it. But the point I'm making here is it's just not a very fun fighting game, which is essentially what you're trying to do is make a game that has elements that are fun. And it just becomes kind of a real repetitive experience.
What?
And here's the other part that's really stupid. You would think in a game like this, right? You'd want to pick the powerful characters. But no, the best way to play this game online was to pick a team of weaker characters who basically can do good combos and just drag it out. I mean, hell, I played this game a grand total of twice.
Oh my God. His complaint is that there were better people playing it. His complaint was that there were people that understood how to play the game better than him. Bro, if I can beat your Super fucking Saiyan Gogeta with Tapion, it's not because I cheated. You picked one of the best characters in the game and got mopped. You picked one of the best characters in the game at the time, and you were getting your ass fucking kicked, bro. What the fuck is even your criticism about? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and I know this is bullshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I won the vast majority of the matches, and a lot of them, I didn't even know what happened. I didn't know how I won. And then people would explain.
Oh my God, it's because you're using busted characters, you dumbass. You're using one of the most broken fucking characters in the game. Get the fuck out of here. He can't be this dumb.
Well, Phil, you had a team of low-ranked characters, and time expired. So because you had 3 characters alive and they only had 1, you won. I was like, yeah, but literally they spanked me. They were kicking my ass the whole time. No, you won. You have more health. What? It didn't even make sense. The online play just doesn't make sense unless you sit there and study it. But here's the thing, and here's what I was saying at the time that the game came out.
Oh my God, he's stupid.
The game really feels like a masher. It totally does. It feels like a button masher.
It isn't.
And
it isn't.
When you're playing a button masher.
Oh my God, I can't. There has to be skip juice, bro. There has to be some skip juice. I can't take this anymore. He's so fucking wrong. I cannot take that. That was so blasphemous. No. Everything he said there was wrong. I couldn't handle it anymore. I'm sorry. I had to skip it. I had to skip it.
Pretty disappointing. I think now you're definitely starting to see the pattern here. Either it's games that I really liked, but somehow didn't resonate with the audience, or games that the audience thought was going to be great, but then when I actually bought them and played them, they ended up not being very good.
So all of those things boil down to money. WWE champions, bro. He loves that shit.
At all, right? So
I couldn't
pretty
take
big
that anymore,
disappointments. Dio says, my nephew had his parents pay something like $80 to get the special version of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Played it twice. Went back to playing free mobile games. Never touched it ever again.
That's a lie. That's a lie. It wasn't $80 for the special edition. It was $110 for the special edition. Oh, yeah, he'll never like real games. If there isn't a pay to advance feature, he doesn't like it.
Wow. Okay, let's continue on. The most disappointing playthroughs countdown of 2020. Here we go. 2024. Number 12 is, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Dragon's Dogma 2.
I was just
a game that I was pretty hyped for. It was many years ago.
But the audience didn't want to pay me to play it.
And actually really ended up enjoying it. I had played the crap out of this game. I grinded offline to get better at it, and then I recorded my progress as an offline YouTuber back then. This was before I was a live streamer. I liked the fact that you could have these created characters called pawns that people from all across the globe had actually created, and they could join your party. I liked the world structure with all the towns and all the different things that you could do. The open world, we could jump on enemies and take them out with co-op gameplay mechanics and the like. There was just a lot to like about Dragon's Dogma. The problem is that Dragon's Dogma came out over a decade ago. Okay? So if you're going to make a modern game in 2024, well, you've got to pretend like the last decade has happened. Dragon's Dogma 2 acts like the last decade never happened. An incredibly flawed graphical performance. As you can see here, this is the Xbox Series X version running at the absolute highest graphics, and it's choppy as hell.
Why would you play it on Xbox to begin with?
The game has an open world that's very similar to the first game. The game has pawns like the first game. And essentially, if you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2, the one fatal flaw is pretty simple.
Sorry. The combat in that game
it's basically the first
terrible.
game again. Even graphically, it looks like the first game. And that's not a good thing. Things have advanced and changed, and gotten much, much better in the last decade? Why were none of those interesting improvements added to the game? Why are they acting like this game came out a year after the first Dragon's Dogma? The fact that they charge full price for it also is just disappointing. You know, if they had sold it as like a $30, $40 game, maybe I would have forgiven some of its shortcomings, but they're selling it as if it's a full-fledged sequel. It's not. And the funny part about it is the game came out, people talked about it for about a week, and then it's like it never existed. Like, I don't remember, you know, no one talked about it again. Everyone just kind of gave up on it.
Because a bad game is a bad game,
quite frankly.
Phil. Call it a bad fucking game.
I was very much looking forward to because I really liked the first one.
Dude,
but I'm sorry,
I can't stand this tweener shit. Take a fucking firm stance, you nerd.
Your game's just inferior. No one's going to want to play it. And, you know, this was a case where people got bored of the playthrough, but I was bored long before. I was willing to try to tough it out if people liked it, but everyone was bored with it.
I was willing to tough it out if they gave me money.
That's what he means.
I was willing to tough it out, but they didn't want to give me money, so I didn't.
You to play a game and invest a bunch of time in it. It has to be a game that on both sides we're both enjoying, and this was sadly just one that neither side was enjoying.
All right, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a dab.
Humongous and utter disappointment, I feel, to the RPG community because again, the first one innovated, and this one just did more of the same of the first. So there you have it. And so we are nearing the end of our first 10 most disappointing playthroughs. What could possibly be on the list next? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's so bad I included it twice. No. Up next, the number 11 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was Star Wars: The Battlefront Collection. Ladies and gentlemen, I loved the Star Wars Battlefront games back in the 2000s. They were classics, and I actually played them on PC. While a lot of people had actually played them on consoles, I played the full-fledged PC versions, which were great games for the time. Being able to select a class of character that is very different. Well, you have the person who's shooting rockets, or the sniper, or someone with a full auto gun, sneaking around in stealth and doing takedowns and stuff from behind. Pretty good. So when they announced that they were re-releasing these original Battlefront games in a collection, I got pretty stoked. And I was pretty excited for it. And then when it came out, what you're seeing is what we got. A game that ran incredibly buggy, very bad frame rate in parts, very poor performing, which makes no sense. The games are old. Why are they performing poorly on modern hardware? The game was absolutely full of bugs, unfinished messes, things phasing in and out of existence, getting stuck in walls, having all kinds of problems. It really was disappointing because they hyped it up like it was going to be these games getting more attention. But instead, they were horrible versions of the games. Don't get me wrong. Battlefront 1 and 2 are great games. Okay? They are. They're outstanding. But I'd like you to take a look at how this game performs. This is not, oh, this is running choppy. This is how the game ran and looked on modern hardware. It's feels like an unfinished port, right? Like they ported it badly and chugging along. Again, bugs and graphical issues. There was entire times where walls wouldn't load or you get stuck in a wall. And the funny part was, even with as buggy as it was, I still had fun with it. You want to know why? Because the games are that good. Like Battlefront 1 and 2 are legitimately great games. So even though these were far inferior versions of said games, I still had a great time playing them. It's just a shame that if they were going to make a modern collection, they couldn't actually do the games justice. For people who never played the originals and only played these, you might think, oh man, what a wonky mess. Now, yes, the game did have some wonkiness to it, and that was part of its charm. But man, the original games were actually much better versions than this modern one that they sold us. So, pretty disappointing. And quite frankly, these games pretty much died after like 3 weeks. I tried to keep playing it, but less and less people wanted to play it because it just was such a mess that wasn't really improving or getting any kind of notable patches or fixes. Because of that, people were like, well, I don't even want to really play it anymore. And so the player base fell off. Jade even just said in chat, yeah, I got sick watching you play this. I don't blame you. When the frame rate is all over the place like this game was, if it can't just be smooth and consistent, you're going to have issues with, with that kind of stuff and give you a headache, right? You're trying to play, oh, my eyes are burning. I can't even pay attention because the game's just not smooth enough. So pretty big disappointment. Again, you're going to sell a collection that's supposed to present these classic games to a new audience. Put the effort in. They obviously didn't. They obviously just wanted to rush out a botched port job, and that's just very, very unfortunate. I feel like they should have done a better job. Okay, I'm in Seattle tonight, by the way, live broadcasting from above Seattle. I'm actually in a helicopter broadcasting. Okay. Retro Danny says the classic Star Wars Battlefront games were my favorite. I love Star Wars Battlefront 2. It was badass. The first game was good too, but I like the second one more. Well, the second one had more of the focus on the heroes, right? The heroes were much better in the second game, and it had more game modes too. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first half of my most disappointing game playthroughs of 2024 countdown. In part 2, we get down to the nitty-gritty. Get top 10 worst playthrough. So I hope you'll stick around. If you're watching here on stream, thanks for being a great audience. The first half is about to end. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope that you'll check out part 2. Since I am going to split the part around an hour, seems to be the sweet spot for YouTube processing. But I'll be back with the finale.
Such a
the next
douche.
part. I hope to see ya. And thanks for watching.
It time seizure, bro.
Okay. I'm actually going to do 2 things. I'm going to give myself an opportunity to rest my voice for a minute. And I'm also going to get more water because I'm drinking quite a lot because I'm talking so much tonight.
You're talking the same amount you normally do.
So, I'm going to run downstairs and refill my water. I need more gin. All right. Guys, thank you so far. You've been a great audience. Please, let's keep some support going. Let's hit the goals tonight. We are at $72 of support.
Yep,
we got about roughly an hour left on the stream for the second half. Please support the stream in some way.
Iron Chef
Super
Lisa
chats,
Lou donated.
memberships, gifted memberships, tips, subs, gifted subs. Notably, we have like no subs today. I don't think we got a single sub. So, absolutely, please support the stream if you can. Let's hit that goal tonight. Let's make it one more streak, right? Let's do it. By the way, Hypnotic Jinx with $20 super chat says, your list is blowing my mind so far. Interested in seeing what the last 10 are going to be. Oh, you will be interested because, again, this is not the worst games of the year countdown, which is pretty much what everyone does.
How is this stupidity?
Which is very, very different.
Blowing anyone's mind. The only part that's blowing my mind is how stupid it is. This man literally criticized Dragon Ball Sparking Zero for being a button masher.
We are now up to $92 support and climbing. So we are very close to hitting our goal at this point. Let's get some support going. Let's get some over on Kick, my friends. Who's going to be the first person to gift a sub over there? All right, give me a sec. I'm just going to run downstairs and get more water. I'll be right back.
He needs more gin.
And then we'll continue on with the show. Be right back, everybody.
I hate Harry in this game. I really do. That should have been Flash Thompson, not Harry Osborn. Because it's Flash Thompson's suit, dude. It's fucking, it's so dumb. That's literally the Agent Venom costume. And they just gave it to fucking Harry, dude. Bye-bye. Oh, this way. Excuse me. Oh, shit. I guess. Audio.
Pull out those supports! Call me crazy! This might be one of the best days of my life! We really need to get
Can you not talk? Well, they're dead. Because I just exploded that entire steel beam on them. You think Jinx's special needs?
He says, I spelled Jinx's name wrong. Okay. You're correct. It's an I, not a Y.
And Jade is a girl and not a guy.
All good now? Yes, all good now. Cool. All right,
Hang on.
we refill.
We need to pull those supports down.
King Michael, how are you tonight? I don't even remember that. Vietnamese comrade says I played a game called Dragon Ball Z Battle of Z in 2014. I don't even remember that game at all. I have no idea what that was.
Battle of Z was not a good game.
No, I'm not cribbing each segment separately. This is going to be 2 videos, you know, 1 for each hour, essentially. Because I knew it would probably take an hour to get through 10 games, so there you go. Doing good, King Michael. All right, guys, let's roll right into the second half. Top 10 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Again, thanks to those chilling and those who have supported. Please like the stream, please. Let's get the question marks, all right, off the leaderboard. Let's get someone to gift the sub, and let's get someone to gift a membership. Let's get that rolling tonight, and let's hit the goal. We're already so close to hitting it with an hour left, right? Cool. Okay.
Oh, no. Where is Iron Chef OIC?
All right, folks, here we go.
Wait, they're using Lisa Lu today.
Hello, everyone. DSP here, and welcome back to my top 20 most disappointing game playthroughs of 2024 countdown here on DSP Gaming. This is the second half. This is going to be 10 up to all of the number 1 most disappointing playthrough. So now, just to remind all of you, these are not the worst games of the year. These are the most disappointing playthroughs.
It was supposed to be the worst
games
games
on this countdown,
of the year,
I actually really liked, but sadly the playthroughs just didn't turn out well for whatever reason. Although some of these games actually were quite disappointing and would be considered some of the worst games of the year for me as well. So a lot different from what other people do for the year-end countdowns. I hope that you're enjoying. If you didn't see part 1 yet, I strongly recommend that you check it out. You're going to want to know what games came before you get to the top 10.
Shoot this
but
intro
without further
stream,
ado,
dude?
we're about to jump back in,
my
except I just
God.
want to give a quick shout out to Legend Lurker, 3-month resub tonight over on Kick. I just want to add that to our running total of support.
No, that doesn't count, dude.
On. So, thank you, Legend Lurker. Gets us up to $97 to support on tonight's live stream. Thank you so much. All right, continuing on. It's time to continue the countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 10 most disappointing game playthrough of 2024 for me was...
What the fuck
Curious
is
if
that?
anyone can even remember what this one is, just from looking at it initially.
Oh, Star Wars
now you
Outlaws.
probably can, right? Now that we're a couple seconds in. Probably one of the most forgotten games of the year for most people.
It looked like a Balchinian, and you're like, what game is
finally
this?
Came out, ended up
Fucking
being
idiot.
incredibly disappointing. Ladies and gentlemen,
Your life
Star
is
Wars
incredibly
Outlaws.
disappointing.
Yeah. This was a game that was supposed to combine GTA, open world sandbox mechanics with Star Wars. And hey,
I never heard it
I bet this
described
is a
that
big
way,
game too. You know, I
ever.
kind of saw when you saw the previews for it or whatever. You're like, you know, it's this simple. I actually remember what I said before I ever played the game. I said, if the gameplay loop is fun, okay, and it really is an
that's
immersive
awesome.
Star Wars world, then I could see this game taking off and doing really well. But if it ends up being a typical Ubisoft game, and when I hate to say it, Ubisoft, when I say that, I mean a game that's very samey, very repetitive, same gameplay loop over and over and over, to the point where you get so bored because it's the same thing so many times, I don't foresee the game doing very well. So, when the game came out, the first thing that I can say is it didn't run very well. Now, as you can see, I'm actually playing this on PC, my brand new gaming PC that I got this summer, and it was a little choppy. But the part that it really was choppy in was the open world. Basically, whenever you went outside of the city and started traveling on the overworld, of which I probably have some footage here, it basically would chop up. And that's disappointing. This is supposed to be like a, you know, brand new, groundbreaking game. You know, supposed to be well bug tested and refined. And as soon as you started hitting these open world areas, your frame rate would dip, and actually the draw distance too was quite disappointing. Whereas you're driving around, you would just see things popping in around you. I'm like, dude, this is a new modern game. Why does it have the draw distance of a game from like 10 years ago? It's very weird.
That should have been Flash,
so, just
dude.
in that regard, it was disappointing. If it's open world Star Wars, you want it to run well, and it just doesn't run well in the open areas. Okay. The other major problem for me, so I played through the intro of the game and through the first story beat. Through that time period, it was almost all sneaking. Like literally almost the entirety of that was sneaking. Okay? Now, when you think Star Wars, what do you think? What's the first thing that comes to mind, right? To me, it's that giant Star Destroyer coming through the sky, shooting things and blowing things up. The Death Star blowing up planets. Darth Vader and his evil Sith powers, or Luke Skywalker and his powers of the Force fighting against them. The Jedi, good versus evil, right? Guess what's not in this game? Anything I just described. All the good things you think about when you think of Star Wars are not in this game at all. What you get is a game where you're playing as an underpowered, underwhelming, sneaking person in a world that has all this cool stuff. You're ignoring it to play the role of this other woman whose name I can't even remember. So that tells you how much of an impression she left on me. Okay? The other funny part about it is,
sounds like you don't like it because
even though it's all
woman.
sneaking and stealth gameplay, hilariously, this woman is like Wonder Woman. She can actually, well, that's interesting. She can actually take down enemies as if she were like superpowered. So she'll walk up behind someone and just grab them and just throw them to the ground and they're knocked out entirely. A big burly dude, right? There's times when you just like punch them once and they're knocked out. Like, who are you? You look like you're some skinny woman, right? You don't look like you're some burly, time-tested pirate or anything. It's just kind of absolutely silly.
Hi, buddy.
But anyway, in regards to this game, all right, the reason that it really didn't resonate because it was just boring. Within the first 5 hours, the game is boring and has a boring gameplay loop of sneaking, and more sneaking. And then when you finally go to open world, it just doesn't run very well. So it's disappointing. Now, very well, if I had played further into the game, maybe I would have liked it more, but I didn't like the first 5 hours. So if you don't like the initial gameplay of a game, why are you going to go further into it, right? That's like saying, oh, I bought a fighting game and I didn't like the fighting game engine, but I just kept playing it hoping that I would like it.
Oh,
why? You know what the fighting game engine is. This game isn't mysteriously going to become a game with action and force powers and all kinds of shit. It's always going to be a stealth game about some kind of a criminal. So sadly, I hate to say it, they threw you into probably the most boring plot line of any Star Wars game I've ever seen and some of the most boring gameplay elements. You know, if you liked it, that's fine. But to me, I was looking for something different from a Star Wars game. And when you're literally going out of your way to ignore the cool parts of a universe and make a game about the others, the B team, the C team, the D team characters,
what is he wearing?
You made a bad choice. And I think, sadly, that's why this game flopped. People probably played through the first few hours like, what? And it spread the word that the game was so boring that no one wanted to buy it or play it.
Hi, puppy dog. What are you doing?
It's just funny because I think they were actually counting on this game to be some kind of like a huge sales success, and it was one of the biggest flops that Ubisoft has had in the past several years. They put a ton of time and money into it, and it did not sell well. Retro Danny says, I strongly agree. The game made me want to fall asleep. Jade says, man, I was so worried that if we watch this, I was going to get sick because the frame rate's choppy. Yeah, because he remembers. Jade was one of the people on the stream. And after driving through the open world, it's going chugging, and all of a sudden objects are appearing in front of us out of nowhere, like popping in. And you're like, oh my God, you're going to barf. Here's the thing. Like a game like this very much may have been patched and improved by now, but first impressions are everything. The game needed to be good at launch, and it simply wasn't. Oops, there goes the planet. Oh, wait, that's Spaceballs. Even that's far better than this game. Anyway. All right.
Stop.
Continuing on.
God damn it.
With our top 10 most disappointing game playthroughs 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Star Wars Outlaws. No, number 9, which was... Ooh, here's a good one that probably a lot of you don't recall or remember. Just by staring at the screen, you're probably going to have no idea what game it was. So allow me to fast forward ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is called Alone in the Dark. Now, admittedly, this game is not the most AAA style game that I played this year. The game, in fact, has some issues with bugs and polish. However, if you're looking for a suspenseful mystery, if you're looking for a game with some interesting exploration elements, okay, and an intriguing story that keeps you on the edge of your seat wondering what the heck is going on, pretty good game. I was actually surprised at how good this game was.
Then what was wrong with it,
compared
Phil?
to the expectations?
But
you know, because I don't think anyone had expectations that it was going to be very good. The one thing I will say, I don't know why it was really called like Alone in the Dark, because I actually don't think that it actually was a game that tied that much into the main plots of the old game. Maybe I'm wrong there, but it just seemed like it could have been called something else. But man, I actually really liked it. It definitely had shortcomings, and it definitely wasn't a AAA experience. But for the most part, I liked the gunplay. I liked the exploration, the puzzles, and the intriguing story. I will admit, one of the disappointing things is if you play it with both characters, there's very little different between their stories. There's only maybe 1 or 2 times when the characters' stories differentiate and they have kind of a separate experience. But for the most part, the game's almost identical. The game does have multiple endings, which is cool that you can get them. However, why is this one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? I'm going to tell you why. You want to know why? It's a completely different reason than you would ever expect. All right? I remember when I was playing this game, one of the things that I actually said was, man, you know what? This is a really good first outing. You know, for a studio that I'm not familiar with any other work that they've done, this is a good first attempt at breaking into something maybe that'll go more mainstream. And maybe now, because of this game, they'll get more notoriety and they'll actually be able to make a better game. Maybe they'll get a bigger budget, a bigger dev team, whatever it may be. Maybe the next game will be better, right? Notably, I mean, they had David Harbour as one of the main characters of this game. So maybe the next one, they could actually really go crazy, right? Like, just go nuts, make a really good game. Guess what happened, folks? This studio got closed.
Okay.
Because Alone in the Dark did not end up being a hit.
But
they were actually shuttered. And all these people who made this game got laid off this year. That's why I'm so disappointed.
On the playthrough?
It's not the playthrough. It's the games industry. The games industry today is in such a cutthroat situation.
Get the fuck
you
out of
have
here,
to make a game
dude.
that prints money.
Hi,
if you don't, you might get fired. Does this game look bad?
That
Does this game look like there's any reason why the dev team that worked on it should be unemployed right now?
That makes no
I don't think so.
sense.
Certainly, again, like I said, I don't think that this game was top of the line AAA level. But at the same time, for what it was, you know, for the price point that it was and everything, I really liked it. I had a great time playing through this game. I'm disappointed that people lost their jobs because the industry can't support a game that's not going to print $1 million bajillion.
Sold badly. A game that sold badly deserves to be shut down. I'm sorry.
And that's actually a good point. Piss Style Man, excuse his name, over on Kick just said, they're closing studios even when they're doing well. Look at what happened with Hi-Fi Rush, right? We're talking about Tango Gameworks. Makes a hit game in Hi-Fi Rush that sells well. And Microsoft still closes them. So the industry's pretty messed up. And so the reason I'm disappointed is now when I think back at this playthrough, even though I like the game, I'm always going to have a bad thought in my mind that these people got laid off for their hard work for putting out a good game. And that's just not right.
No, they got
that's
laid off
actually
because
why
they put
it
out a
resonates
game
as a
that
negative
nobody
experience
bought.
for me, despite the fact that the game was good.
That
If you want, you can
doesn't
check
make
the
a
game out.
lick
It's
of
actually not half
goddamn
bad, and
sense.
it's probably on extreme
Like, at all.
discount right now. I would recommend it if you like survival horror stuff. You'll probably get a kick out of it. The story
If you
is
like
actually quite
survival
interesting and
horror
riveting.
games, go ahead and be stupid and buy a
Very
game that
good.
was garbage.
Okay. You ready? Now, Niano Live says they made the mistake of selling out their souls to Microsoft. I think he's talking about
Was it good, bro?
Speaking of Tango Gameworks. The good news is Tango Gameworks actually is okay again. They actually, even though they all got fired or laid off, they ended up getting bought out by another studio, and now they're coming back. So there's a silver lining for Tango Gameworks, but sadly those people, yeah, not good. Okay. Ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. The next in our countdown, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Number 8 is the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, or whatever the hell they call it, because it actually has one of the most convoluted, ridiculous names of any fighting game collection that I've ever heard. It's just ludicrously complex, the name. All they had to call it was the MVC Collection or the Versus Collection. But instead, they had to call it the most absolutely ludicrously, stupidly ridiculous, over-the-top, unrememberable name ever. Okay?
He played the shit out of this game.
Is this collection in my countdown?
Because
of
you're
most
full of
disappointing
shit.
games of 2024.
And you ran out of things to count.
Is it because it has revived an entire genre of fighting game from back in the day? Of course not. Is it because the games perform poorly? Actually, no. They perform pretty darned well. I would argue they're actually pretty close to arcade quality. Are there critical game bugs and flaws? There were a couple, but they were fixed. So it's not like they don't support the game or anything like that. Okay. So you'll be wondering, with a fighting game, why would you be saying this then? Like, what actually is bad about the game? I say this as I do the nice infinite there and then drop my infinite. But, so what's wrong with the game? Okay. Here's what's wrong with the game. 2 critical flaws. Flaw number 1 is definitely the fault of the game developers. It's not cross-platform. Okay. And
that
they didn't put enough effort into the game to make it so that it would have longevity.
What does that mean?
Well, if the game is not cross-platform, then it needs to have some kind of features or some kind of reason to go back to it time after time, right? This game, listen to this, doesn't stop rage quitters. This game, you can infinitely rage quit and pull the plug. There is no penalty whatsoever for rage quitting in this MVC collection. So there are people, I'm not kidding, I wish I was exaggerating.
It's a 30-year-old fucking game.
Grandmaster rank, the highest ranked possible in the game, who when you play them, if they lose, they just pull the plug and never lose any points. That's why they're Grandmaster rank. I played people at the highest rank who I spanked. I literally
Bro, you got your ass obliterated the last time you played this
these
game.
games in arcades and tournaments back in the day.
For 30 years you've been playing this goddamn game.
They would just pull the plug. So there's no way to ever actually legitimately beat someone if they just choose to cheat.
Oh my god.
It's pretty sad. Now the other thing is because it's not cross-platform.
What a bitch.
That means that inevitably the player base is going to die down after a period of time because initially a bunch of people might buy it on PC and a bunch of people bought it on PS4 and some people bought it. But then since they're all different platforms that don't cross over, people will eventually stop playing and then it's going to be too hard to find a match. That's actually what's kind of happening right now.
No, it's not. You played for a couple of hours last
Marvel
week.
vs. Capcom 2, you can't find anyone. You can get competition in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But that's it.
You can get
That's the only game
I just
you
want
can actually find people. Every other game in the collection is literally dead now. Only a few months into it being out because they don't have cross-platform play, which is insanely unacceptable. It's supposed to be a collection of all the classic versus games, not just one. But that's basically what it's become. Now, in addition to that, there's one other awful critical flaw with this game. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this game's netcode, which is rollback netcode, is not compatible with classic fighting games such as this game. What do I mean by that? There are literally characters in this game.
My fucking god!
When you do rushdown,
you
cannot block the rushdown. The game will not allow you to actually block it. Meaning those characters, if played in a certain way, are actually unstoppable. Their attacks and combinations become
Bro, you literally try and cheese the game all the time.
There's no excuse for that. If the netcode can't handle it, then don't release the game with that netcode. And it can't. See, rollback netcode, what people don't realize, was designed for modern fighting games. And a lot of modern fighting games like Street Fighter 5 and 6 are designed around the netcode. That's why there's a certain amount of delay when you do a certain move and this and that. It's installed into the game to handle rollback netcode.
But
these games are not.
Stupid.
So what happens is if you're fighting a Magneto or a Storm who's doing wave dashes and teleports, all of a sudden the game starts chopping up and you see characters just moving across the screen with no animation, teleporting, and next thing you know, you're just hit with a giant combo. You can't block
that. Has not happened a single fucking time when you played this game.
That destroys the competitive nature of the game online. It
Dude,
makes it so
you're
that it's not
lying.
viable. If every
that
time
has
that you play
not
someone
happened a
who's doing
single fucking
pattern,
time.
Notably, the team that everyone says is unstoppable is MSP, Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, because they have lockdowns, mix-ups, and traps that basically make it hard to block, but you can't block it all online. You can't. You'll get hit every time, so you lose. That's sad, because basically this game is able to be played in a couple different ways. Okay, there are ranged teams. There is some keep away. It's just not viable online. Like, no lie, it's very hard to play keep away when the rushdown is unstoppable and just kind of turbos through everything. So
he's so
it's
stupid.
sad. Like this collection,
he's
when it was first announced, I was so
dude.
hyped. They're like, wow, the Marvel games are finally coming back. These are the games I grew up with in arcades. These are the games that I played endlessly for years in tournaments. And even though I was never a top contender, I know my stuff and I know that I could play these games and put on entertaining shows for my audience. And in truth, I have done that, correct? Like, I have put out many entertaining streams of the Marvel collection, despite the game's shortcomings, and I'm happy that you guys still like it, and every once in a while we still play it. Hey, look, I'm doing Infinite. Can I continue to the corner? Yep, that was perfect. That was great. I actually did it Infinite and did the right thing and snapped in the character with low health. I can't believe I played well in a clip I actually selected. Usually when I select a fighting game clip, I'm playing terribly. So I'm actually impressed that I actually picked a good one.
So
here.
everything
Anyway,
you're saying you couldn't do, you're lying
like,
about
put
because
out
you
good
just did
content,
what you
which
said
is
you couldn't.
But sadly, the game has no longevity. Like, this game could be dead at any moment. Where just I go to turn it on and I just can't find anyone to play anymore.
It's a 30-year-old game.
This should have been a game with longevity. These are classics that people absolutely love, and we're asking for this game for years. And it's just a completely deflated, not very good game. Very, very sad. You know, notably for me, Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is one of my favorite fighting games of all time and one of the best I've ever been in any competitive game. And it's just dead. I can't find anyone to play it anymore, so I can never play that game again, even though it's in this collection. It's a dead game to me, which is really sad. In fact, is it Jacko Man? I don't know if it's pronounced Jacko Man or Jacko Man, but he just asked in the chat, what is your favorite classic versus game besides MVC2? MVC1. That's the one that I was super duper good at and actually won tournaments in. So pretty sad that, again, I got to play it for like a month, and now I'll never play it again because you can't get any comp for it because it's not cross-platform.
Oh, I hate when he fucking says that. I can't get any comp.
So sadly,
I want
this
all the
MVC
comp.
Fighting Game Classics Collection, or
Such
whatever
a
hell it's
fucking
called,
idiot.
is underwhelming. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you right now, I strongly recommend against buying it at this point. If you buy it,
you recommend against
all,
buying
no matter
it.
what version you buy, you're going to
recommend
against that.
buying
So I really
it.
can't recommend it. I say do not buy it because you're going to buy it and barely play it because there's no one playing the game at this point, okay? And there's a nice round ending move in the corner. Very nice. Okay, MVC Collection, sadly, one of the most disappointing of the year.
That
for me.
made no
I had
goddamn
high hopes
sense.
And it flopped.
That
Okay.
made no fucking sense. How did it
Is
flop?
it fine for offline play? Yes, the game is fine for offline play. If you're just going to play locally or against the computer, the game is fine for that. But that's not really what anyone bought it for. So, okay. Up next, the number 7 most disappointing playthrough of the year. Excuse me. Yes, playthrough of the year was. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. Hades 2 early access. Whoa! Why on earth would I say that Hades 2 early access was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? Allow me to explain. Years ago, I played Hades 1, and when I played it, I really liked it. I didn't think I was going to like it because I didn't play roguelike games at that time. I didn't even really understand what a roguelike game was. So when I first, dabbled with Hades, I was blown away. The gameplay loops, the different builds and things that you could do, it was great. I got addicted to it just like everyone. I got hooked on it. I really loved it. I ended up playing a full playthrough and beating the entire game. It took quite a while, but we did it. We saw all the secret endings and everything. Really great game, right? So when Hades 2 was announced that it was available, and I had a mini PC. This was before I got my full-fledged gaming PC. But when I had my mini PC and, looking for games to play on there, this was a prime candidate, okay? So I decided I was going to get it, and I purchased it early. It's early access, so you buy it early. And I started playing it, and admittedly, it's great. It plays very similarly to Hades 1, but it's got some different twists and tweaks to the engine that I find very interesting. The plot is interesting. Everything was good. Like, we were having a good time. But within 2 streams of me playing it, something very odd happened, okay? So, just to give you some perspective here.
People told me
when
to stop
Hades
playing
1,
it.
I didn't break any view records, okay? To be honest, it wasn't a game that brought butts to seats, but there was a core audience that enjoyed coming by and watching me play Hades 1. And they supported it, and it ended up being a very fun playthrough that went for a long time.
Support.
With Hades
It's money.
2,
Money.
after having played it about twice, I noticed a distinct drop-off in viewership. I noticed a distinct disconnect in the chat where people were basically not paying attention to the game, and I noticed a distinct drop-off in support as well. So those are the 3 factors that I need to have good. I need to have a game that people are going to watch and engage with and support. And it wasn't happening. So when I asked my audience why, if the first game worked so well, and everyone enjoyed it, why on earth this game, why is it not working, right? And the answer that I received baffled me, okay? The answer that I received was thus. The game is good, but it's early access. right? So that means
Money.
that essentially you can't really finish the game at this
Money,
point.
money,
You're going to come to a
money.
point where you can't progress any further. Now, it's pretty far into the game, but it's not done yet. A lot of people don't want to spoil themselves on a game like this until it's fully able to be purchased and played. And therefore, people who are like hardcore fans of this game
Your breath smells
didn't want to watch me play it. They actually wanted to skip it because they weren't spoiled because they felt like it was too early to be playing or getting information about the game. So in this case, me paying money to play early bit me in the foot. Like, yeah, people were like, oh, I'll come back. If you play the real game, when it comes out, whatever that may be, we'll come and watch you play it. But we wanted to see you play the real game. What you're playing essentially is an early build. Things might change in the final game. The plot might change. You can't even finish it now. So we don't want to watch you play it. And I was like, wow, well, that's disappointing. Hence why it's the number 7 most disappointing playthrough. It's unfinished. I had to put it on pause. I don't even know if when I play this again, if I'll continue from where I left off, or if I'm going to have to start over entirely, because the game might be so different. And a lot of people were saying that once they get to a certain point where they change the build of the game so far that basically you can't even resume your game. You have to start over entirely. Okay. So honestly, pretty disappointing. I was enjoying the game. I wish I could have kept playing it. But again, I'm not just playing games for me. It's games for an audience. I need to be doing stuff you guys want. And people told me to stop playing, so I did. And yes, that is correct, Haseo. As of today, the game is still in early access. The game still does not have a set final release date. And so it's just kind of in limbo indefinitely. And that's disappointing. Okay. The number 6 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 for me was... That is right. That's right, folks.
Alan Wake.
DLCs are eligible because this is the second DLC for Alan Wake 2, which was called The Lake House. Okay?
Alan Wake 2
this was the
garbage.
final DLC for Alan Wake 2, which only had 2 DLCs. The first one, which I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, I think it was Night Springs, was a series of 3 mini stories, all of which added to the lore of Alan Wake. But the Lake House DLC, the second DLC for Alan Wake, was incredibly disappointing. Why? Because it was more of a DLC for Control than it was for Alan Wake. The plot had nothing to do with Alan or anything going on in the lake. And I think they were really trying to do some kind of a lead-in to the crossover between Control and Alan Wake 2 that's going to happen. But this is pretty disappointing to me. All you do is run around a research facility where basically things have gone wrong. There's this weird painted monsters coming out of the walls, and some of the people have been turned into monsters like they had been in Alan Wake 2. But all you do is run around fighting these generic enemies, which, by the way, are quite tough. So it's not even like it's a cakewalk. It's pretty annoying, some of the ways that they just stack on 1 million enemies in small areas in this. There's a very big scarcity of ammo, so it makes it so that basically you can't really fight the enemies that effectively unless you finally find a grenade or something like that.
Oh,
the puzzles are a little annoying. They're not easy to figure out. In some cases, they're kind of cryptic, and it takes a while to figure out certain ones that I got stuck on. And the ending is so underwhelming. Let me tell you, the ending adds absolutely nothing to the lore of Alan Wake. So if you play the first DLC, Night Springs, you start getting all these answers and things that you've always wanted about Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2, and it's so satisfying. So then the final DLC literally is a go ahead and skip it. I'm not even kidding. In fact, I'm going to say this. I'm serious about this too, all right? It's rare that I would do something like this, but I'm going to say something to all of you, and I want you to take this to heart, okay? If you're wondering, I didn't play that Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2. Should I eventually get around to it? Should I play it? My answer is very simple. No. Do not play it. Lake House is disappointing and literally a waste of time. If you're really that adamant about finding out what it was, watch someone else who played it or read a plot synopsis somewhere. Don't waste your time playing it. It really is like a 3 to 4 hour waste of your time just grinding away to get through this stupid DLC that is absolutely not have any meaning to it whatsoever. You're just doing something.
You got me full of
whittle,
hair, buddy.
Like a totem.
Look at all this dog hair.
You could learn how to whittle, and that'll be more useful. You could wipe your ass for like 3 hours. I'm serious. Now that'll hurt. It'll probably make it very sore. That's more productive. You could pluck your nose hairs.
Bro, get on with it.
Give yourself a manicure. Anything you do would be
None of this shit has made sense from the start. Get on with it.
It really just doesn't need to exist. It feels like they really wanted a 2 DLC deal, but didn't have an idea for the second one. So they just decided, hey, let's just toss it in and be something about control rather than Alan Wake.
Bro. We know he doesn't wipe his
stupid.
ass.
Like, I was looking for definitive answers on the ending of Alan Wake 2, and instead you get no answers whatsoever because it has nothing to do with it.
What's the matter? Go potty outside? All right. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take him to the bathroom.
So, yeah, it's pretty damn disappointing, and I'm sad that the final piece of Alan Wake 2 content that we're going to get for a very long time ended up being a sizzling out, just, you know, fart in the wind. Really crappy, stinky. It doesn't need to stick around for very long because it's short, too. Okay, ladies and gents, this is it. You ready? The top 5 most disappointing game playthroughs of the year. This is it. The worst of the worst. The ones that really upset me for various different reasons. Are we ready? You ready to see me upset? Because I know I'm ready to be upset. So you ready to see me upset? All right, here we go. By the way, we're in the home stretch. Thank you, Guitar Player, who did a $5 super chat. I've always enjoyed your year-end series. Thank you, Guitar Player. I always enjoy doing the year-end series. I'm sorry I didn't shout that out earlier. You had done that in the middle of the countdown, and I got distracted. So we are now technically up to $103 of contributions, which means we are less than $50 away from hitting our goal. Guys, let's hit our goal here tonight on the most disappointing countdown stream. All right? All right. The top 5. We said the top 5 most felted games. Well, again, it's not necessarily always the game. All right? It could be the situation. So let's see. All right, ready? Let's do this. So, the number 5 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was... That is right. You knew it was going to be on this list if you watched my playthrough of it earlier this year. A game that initially actually really impressed me. I loved it. I was having a great time with it. And then when I got halfway through, all of a sudden, the game came to a screeching halt with annoying gameplay mechanics that definitely were not tested and were not fun. An entire chapter that was boring, and then a big boss finale that was just a chore. And it got to the point where we went from a game that had hype and everyone absolutely loved to a game that I just didn't even want to play anymore. And that's really sad. I want you to understand, like, I like the game a ton. The game I'm talking about, of course, is Black Myth Wukong, okay? So here's the deal about Black Myth Wukong. First of all, absolutely gorgeous graphics on PC. Okay, undeniable. The effects, I mean, just look at, while some Wukong here is walking through the snow, take a look at the footsteps. Take a look at how his staff is touching the snow and it's making a trail, right? That's remarkable. Take a look at the graphics. Look at the giant turtle that we're running towards right now. And how it moves and it's organic and everything looks awesome. The lighting, everything gorgeous, right? Absolutely gorgeous. When the game starts, this game has a lot of fun combat.
What
it's, light attacks and heavy attack, and then you have a skill tree, and you can choose how you want to play. You can either charge up charges in your staff to do super-powered attacks, or you can do powered dodges.
Like a bad
parries.
game.
There's all these different elements to the gameplay that you can pick through leveling up, okay? The world design. The first world, where you're in this kind of a forest with rivers and streams, and all these enemies are hiding in different areas, amazing. The second level, which is all this sand and plateau and underground caves and stuff like that, it's neat. The third level is snow. So the locations are interesting. The only problem is when you actually try to start exploring the locations. And what you're going to find is that, sadly, unlike, say, FromSoft, okay, FromSoft, they have been doing this for a long time. They've got a lot of experience under their belts, right? So when FromSoft makes a new game and you're entering a dungeon area, you're like, whoa, we're about to experience a handcrafted, artisan, highly produced, highly designed,
this is a
dungeon
first-time studio.
Every piece of this dungeon was painstakingly laid out to have meaning. Every corner might have a monster that can jump out around it and get you. There may be a sniper. There may be a collapsible floor.
This is their
a cool set piece, a boss that'll fly out of the sky and land in front of you, and now you got to fight it, right? All that stuff can happen in a FromSoft game. In Black Myth Wukong, literally the stages are, as you're looking at right now, just wandering around an open area with no clear idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing. And that's the entirety of the game. Most of these areas are completely empty or have a single item in them that's like a craftable item that's not a big deal. Some of them will have optional mini bosses in them, which is great, until you realize that the vast majority of what's in this game is just optional mini bosses. I wish that was a joke, but this game has so many mini bosses in it that it became a running joke that the game is basically all mini bosses. And that's not good. You know what I mean? Like, you want the game to be more than just a boss rush, and it kind of starts to feel like a big boss rush at one point because there's so many dang mini bosses. Here's one of them right here. Now, I'm not saying that these mini bosses aren't cool or good fights are well designed. I'm just saying that's like the whole game, you know? And I don't think that when people went into this experience at first, they thought that's all it was going to be. Also, once you get about halfway into the game, you've got an established build that you're going to be using for the rest of the game because of you know what you've picked in your skill tree. And quite frankly, it's very repetitive at that point. Even if you're adding little minor tweaks to improve this or that piece of the combat engine or whatever, it's not really going to change that much. For me, it was this. Do a bunch of light attacks to charge up a heavy. Do a heavy attack to charge up another heavy. Then do a finisher. Dodge a lot. If you can parry with a certain ability, parry.
Has the same
special move when it charges
up. Beginning of the match,
do a finisher when it charges up. Wash, rinse, repeat.
So fucking
very basic. Done that kind of gameplay in many other games. Not innovative at all. Okay, so I would say the combat, which is the core element of the game, isn't very innovative, and because of that, becomes boring and just becomes the same kind of crap over and over, and that's why you get bored when you're halfway through the game. Okay, in addition to that. And this is kind of sad, the story is quite bad, okay? If you know the story of Journey to the West, you know that it's epic. It's actually one of the more interesting stories ever told. Very unique characters and elements to the story that are, you know, ingrained in Japanese, or I said Japanese, excuse me, that's a big mistake. Chinese culture, excuse me. I know it's not Japanese, it's Chinese culture.
What an idiot.
That does not come through with this game at all. To be clear, it does not come through at all. Instead, the game is just, you're just kind of doing combat and exploration and boss rush. That's the whole point. Like, I couldn't even tell you what they were trying to say the story was.
Dumbass.
I think you're supposed to be a reincarnation of Sun Wukong or something like that, but I'm not sure. And I had played over 20 hours into the game, and I had absolutely no clue what was going on in the story. That's not good. Okay? It's Journey to the freaking West. It's an actually great story.
It's Black
There's
Myth
great
Wukong.
characters or whatever.
It's
Why
not
is
Journey to
none
the
of
West.
this actually coming through and resonating with the game? Instead, it's mash buttons, mash into your combos, mash more buttons, mash into your combos, dodge and time your dodges because every enemy hits you for 80% damage. It's just like, what? Like, what happened here? To be honest, I'm not sure. It's like no one was actually like playing the game to tell them, hey, by the way, I have no clue what the fuck's going on in the game. It's fine, you know, the game looks good, the combat's, you know, smooth, but I don't know what's happening. Can you explain? You know what I mean? So basically, here's what happened. First few streams of the game was in the first chapter. It felt fresh and new. Amazing. Great amount of people watching, enjoying, supporting, everything great. When we got to chapter 2, a little bit fell off, but I still really liked the game. I was enjoying the exploration and all of that. I thought it was great.
There it is.
When we hit chapter 3, you get to a dungeon where basically it's very similar to the dungeons in previous FromSoft games. You ever play the ones that have those jailers that look at you, and when they do, with like the lantern, your energy bar shrinks? It's literally the exact same premise. I wish it wasn't, but they copied it blatantly from FromSoft. And so you start losing your health. The game starts to get really slow and boring. You don't know where to go. You don't know what you're doing. It's a grind. There's not a lot of save points along the way. So you end up replaying the same parts over and over and over, and it gets really frustrating.
The game was bad because
There's
got
a boss
lost.
That's one of the most boring bosses in any action game I've ever fought. It's just a giant tankish boss. All you can do is beat the crap out of it and do timing dodging.
So
that's
you
it.
beat him.
There's nothing else to it. No elements or nothing. Just be sure to hit him with a million combos and dodge a lot.
So you beat him on the
right
first
timing,
try, right?
The problem is the fight takes like 15 minutes. It's
So
that
you beat
boring
him on the
grinding of a
first
fight.
try, right?
It's not fun in any way. Again, did they ask anyone if this gameplay was fun? I don't get it. It's very bizarre. It got to the point where we went from having high attendance, high engagement, high support streams. By the time I got to the end of chapter 3, the attendance had dropped to only 200 viewers. of which I have more than double that right now on stream. Okay.
Support.
The
Support.
actual engagement fell off. People who were on the streams weren't paying attention or were complaining about the game. And the support was almost non-existent. In fact, I had a streak of support that was going over the summer. Black Myth Wukong ended my streak. It ended up being a very slow stream and we didn't hit the goal. And people were very disappointed because they were very happy with that streak that reinvigorated support for me, you know? So
he hates Black Myth.
It is what it is.
Because
now, I guess there's some juicy redemption here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not noticing, Hypnotic Jinx did a 20-member bomb here on the channel. Thank you so much, Hypnotic Jinx. With
it's
that
literally
20-member
been
bomb,
one person. It's one person.
First of all, let's get him up on the leaderboard there because no one else had gifted any memberships tonight.
Nobody did anything. Your leaderboard is your own fucking petard, dumbass. It proves that only one person is giving you money.
It's spelled with an I. Gotcha. I thought so. It was a 20-member bomb. That 20-member bomb is the equivalent of $60 of support. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Tonight, we have hit our goal for the stream. Thank you so very much, Hypnotic Jinx, for supporting the channel and making it rain here in Seattle tonight on DSP Gaming. I appreciate you filling the King's coffers. Another stream of hitting the goals. That is awesome. And it also now means that we are up to a whopping and staggering 48 goals hit, meaning we are incredibly close to doing a reward marathon this week, which I very strongly foresee happening. I think we're going to do it, okay? So, Black Myth Wukong.
It was
redeemed
literally
itself
one
tonight
person.
because we hit the goal while I was playing it. But it killed my streak during the summer. It killed the momentum that I had on my streams. To be honest, I was getting high attendance and support on every stream. This is the game that killed it.
It's money.
And it's sad because I feel like this game had great initial potential, but then it just kind of ran out of
bro.
ideas and became very repetitive and boring by chapter 3. Some people have said that further into the game is better, but if I've already played 20 hours and I'm bored, I'm not going to waste more time to get to the good parts. Most people agree chapter 4 also is bad. It's not until you get to chapter 5 and 6 that the game picks up and gets good at the end.
Money to be
Too
made.
bad. Give me a game that's good throughout. Give me a game that has good level design like FromSoft. It doesn't have that. Give me combat that's not incredibly repetitive and gets boring after a while. It definitely doesn't have that. It's just not very good. All right? I'm sorry, but it's a game that in parts is great, but overall was boring.
Absolutely
and
wrong.
that's why it was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year.
in the blanket?
Okay.
Because you killed your streak.
This is it. The top
And there
4.
was no
I wonder how
money to
many
be
of you have
made
been
on
guessing all night and wondering what would be the games in my top 4 most disappointing games of the year, right? Or excuse me, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Retro Danny says, I actually think Black Myth Wukong looks cool and fun. I don't really care of the story. He reminds me of Neo because he's using a bow staff, and I'm getting into the mood of Elden Soulsborne hero games and Souls-like games as well. So he has a hard disagree, and that's fine. Listen, tons of people loved Black Myth Wukong, okay?
Yeah,
a lot of
'cause
outlets
you're an
named their game
idiot.
of the year. Personally, I got bored. But if you didn't get bored, more power to you. All of us have
you
different
got
kinds of
lost.
entertainment and tolerance levels. And for me, I got really bored with it and I didn't want to continue on. Okay? Okay.
No, that's a lie. You got lost.
The number 4 most disappointing game playthrough of the year was. That's right, folks. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So let's talk about Rebirth, shall we? So, initially, when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake many years ago, there was a ton of hype. There was a ton of attention. There was a ton of people who wanted to see me play every aspect of it. It was Final Fantasy VII reimagined for a modern. Sadly, was a disappointment. But 3 is for you. But in my case, I'm a variety streamer. Engaging with RPGs that I'm playing, it actually hurts me. It makes me sad. And this happened multiple times with RPGs this year, and I'm like, man, is this...
Nope.
In regards to that, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, it started in December of last year, and that playthrough didn't finish until, what was it, late March or early April of the next year? So you're talking it spanned 3 to 4 months to do 140 hours of gameplay. During that time, I played fighting games. I played other RPGs. I played story-based games, action games, everything. Because I didn't want to miss out on a million other games.
Nobody asked
just
you to
focus
read
on this
every
game.
fucking book.
Okay? Now, listen. Oh, God, look at the scene that I picked. Oh, man.
Of course you'd pick
Look
the gay
at the
one.
scene that I picked for my countdown, folks.
Of course you'd pick the gay one. Of course he'd pick the gay one. Of course he'd pick the gay one.
So in regards to Baldur's Gate 3, excuse me.
There's no wonder.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's all choked up.
In regards to Baldur's Gate 3.
Bro.
Okay.
Bro, he just got distracted by a man. Bro, he's gay. He's gay. He's gay. He's gay. Straight men don't have this response. He's staring right at it, bro.
Look at the scene that I picked for my countdown, folks.
Look at. It's like he's peeking through his fingers.
Anyway,
look at him stare,
so
bro.
In regards to Baldur's Gate 3.
He looked back. He looked back.
Excuse me.
He looked back. Watch. He looks.
Anyway,
stares, looks
so
away,
in regards to Baldur's
looks
Gate
back.
3,
He's gay. He's gay.
Excuse me.
He's fucking gay. He's gay.
I'm sorry,
he's
I'm a little
gay.
distracted.
Baby,
In
he's gay.
regards to
He's
Baldur's Gate
gay.
3.
He's gay.
Okay.
He's gay. He's
Basically,
gay. He's gay. He's gay.
I
He's
really
gay.
like the game.
Oh, he's a
But
gay man.
It actually almost killed my channel. I want you to understand. I played it for so long that it was in my actual rotation of games for so long that people who didn't like it said, well, I'm just not going to watch Phil's content for a while until he's done with this dang game because I don't want to see him play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not interested in it. So I had people, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of people who were regulars who didn't tune into my content for months. The only reason that things worked out is because there was a small handful of people who really liked Baldur's Gate 3 who kept coming by and actually supporting Baldur's Gate 3. If it weren't for those handful of people, I mean, there was one person who, no lie, was giving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Oh my God. They were giving hundreds of dollars a stream to support it. If that didn't happen, this playthrough would have completely screwed up the channel and my business. I'm not kidding. And after this playthrough ended, I said, listen, I loved the game. I did. I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I thought it was a great game. But I told everyone I can't commit to playing games like this anymore. Like,
no, I just never found concrete enough evidence
to beat a game.
To say definitively that he is.
Everyone
but
likes
that
it.
proved it,
10
bro.
people support it.
Let's watch it again.
My channel dies.
Let's
my
watch it
views
again.
Went down. My engagement went down. But regards to Baldur's Gate 3, okay? Basically, I really liked the game. But
did we skip it? Yep, we did.
Other RPGs, I played story-based games, action
games,
everything.
Watch
because
his
I didn't want to miss out on a million
bro.
other games just
watch
to focus
it.
on this game. Okay? Now listen. This
He's
God,
staring.
look at the scene that
He's
I picked.
Staring.
Oh man.
He hasn't taken his eyes
look
off
at the
of it,
scene
bro.
that I picked for
He's
my countdown,
staring.
folks.
Look at him.
Anyway, so in regards to Baldur's Gate 3,
see?
Excuse me.
He got Homeboy got choked up over seeing a fucking chunk dude. Bro, he's gay. Like, before I was like, oh, but he's married, you know. Why would he be with Kat? She's a fucking, she's a cover, bro. He's gay. He's gay. He's gay. And the reason he's not openly gay is because his dad would disown him. Boom.
I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. In this regards to Baldur's Gate 3.
He looked back like 4 times.
Basically, I really liked the game. But
bro, he's gay as
it
shit.
Actually almost killed my channel. I want you to understand. I played it for so long that it was in my actual rotation of games for so long that people who didn't like it said, well, I'm just not going to watch Phil's content for a while until he's done with this dang game because I don't want to see him play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not interested.
Oh, it's fine, bro.
So I had people, I'm not even kidding.
I thought that was funny.
Who were regulars who didn't tune into my content for months. The only reason that things worked out is because there was a small handful of people who really liked Baldur's Gate 3 who kept coming by and actually supporting Baldur's Gate 3. If it weren't for those handful of people, I mean, there was one person who, no lie, was giving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Oh my God. They were giving hundreds of dollars a stream to support it. If that didn't happen, this playthrough would have completely screwed up the channel and my business. I'm not kidding. And after this playthrough ended, I said, listen, I loved the game. I did. I really liked Baldur's Gate 3. I thought it was a great game. But I told everyone, I can't commit to playing games like this anymore. Like, it was just too lengthy. I can't play for 4 months to beat a game. So that's my problem is everyone likes it. 10 people support it. But then my channel dies. My views went down. My engagement went down. It took, I think it was April or May when finally I started playing variety games again. And the answer is sadly no. I don't think that a game like this is ever going to work again.
What? Bro. Bro. What happened? I looked down for 3 seconds. Bro, what is going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Number one. Sadly, it's games in the most disappointing playthroughs of 2024B.
It did.
Well, you're about to find out, because ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Disappointing playthroughs of the year. Why? Because this was the game, while I was still playing Baldur's Gate 3, that I decided to pick up. This began RPG overload. This began that feeling of resentment towards lengthy RPGs. And to be quite frank with you, the graphics were great. The gameplay elements were great. The story was not nearly as good as the last Like a Dragon game. And that's sad. The story was weak, actually. And it's weird because when you have two protagonists and two locations that you're going between, you think that it would be good. The ending actually was quite poor. It actually kind of retconned the whole idea of one of the plots of the game, which made it way less meaningful overall. And sadly, it just didn't resonate. Again, less people tuned in and watched this playthrough than the original. Less people liked it. And again, I think it's because of RPG overload. So, listen, again, game was fun, game was sound,
but
great mechanics. I like all the job systems. I like the two locations. All of
it
that
was about
great.
me, for
But
real,
man,
for real.
I was disappointed by the story, and I was disappointed at the RPG overload that we experienced while I played this game.
The support, bro.
So I'm sorry that I couldn't make it a more entertaining playthrough.
11
for all
of
you.
these have been about support.
But there's only not that much that you can
11
really
of
do.
these have been about support, dude.
In regards to making a game like this work, besides just playing with the elements and having fun and joking and doing some commentary on the story or whatever, and then hanging out with the audience, which is what I did, and it didn't really catch on. Attendance was low. People kept begging me during this playthrough to quit it, by the way. I'm not even kidding you. People were like, oh, if you're already playing Baldur's Gate 3, please quit Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We don't want to see the rest of it. I'm not kidding. This was
boring.
100% from the audience, people begging me to stop
This
playing.
shit put you to sleep.
Very
You're
sad.
lying.
Okay. Also, someone's asking me, can I explain how the ending kind of retcons the story? No, because that would ruin the story. There's no point in me doing that. I'm not going to, spoil the story for everybody.
He can't explain it. It's
Okay.
not that he won't. He can't.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Number one. What could be the most disappointing game playthrough of the year of 2024? Could it be a game that I purchased for full price, ended up sucking, and I really was upset that I had spent that much? Could it be a game that was full of bugs, that was incredibly disappointing because it should have been way more polished at launch? Was it a game that because of its incredible length,
in his opinion, it's going to be all of these
things? Was it a
things.
game that didn't have the features or good netcode? Was it any of those things? I have an answer for you.
It's going to be Street Fighter 6.
No. It was none of those things. It was none of those reasons. Are you ready?
Suicide Squad kills the Justice League.
That was pretty good. All right.
No,
ladies and gentlemen, my number one most disappointing game playthrough of the year is my biggest regret of being a content creator. Are you ready? Seriously, I'm not kidding you. This is the saddest part about being a content creator as a job. Here it is. Metaphor Refantasio. That's how you pronounce it, right? Refantasio? Is it Refantasio?
Oh my God.
Refantasio? Is there an N in there? However, it's Metaphor. Okay? Metaphor. Most disappointing playthrough
All
of the year.
All of these have been money,
why?
dude.
Well, I'm going to tell you
All
why.
of these
No
have
signal.
been money.
That's why. I'm going to tell you why. Let's fast forward to actual gameplay. I think that there's a dungeon coming up. Here we go. So here's the deal.
Money.
Metaphor is a game by the makers of Persona. It has Persona-like graphics, but modernized in full HD. It's got great dungeon crawling. It's
If
got
I can get
excellent
this game
turn-based
on
combat
discount,
with new elements
I
that
will
are different
buy
from
it.
Persona, but some similarities. It's got a great story. That's a new world that they created
And
from
I'd
the
love
ground
to
up.
have it on
That's original
PC.
and isn't a copycat of anyone else's. It's actually very interesting. It's kind of like Persona with new gameplay elements set in a fantasy universe. It's great. Take a look at how it performed. Runs really well, right? This is on PC. So, why in the holy hell would this be in my most disappointing game playthroughs of the year? Well, I'm going to tell you why.
There was no
Ladies and
support
gentlemen,
for it.
I need to tell you a little story.
Little
I love
story
JRPG.
about Jack and Diane.
Turn-based ones particularly. They're some of my favorite games.
Two American
In
kids
fact, I
growing
would
up
argue that
in
JRPGs is probably
Heartland.
one of my top 4, maybe top 3 favorite genres of games. Okay?
Jack is gonna be
I grew
a
up playing them.
football
In the 1990s,
star.
games such as Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which now are called 4 and 6 on the SNES, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, the Suikoden series, which I love, and I can't wait that there's a new remake collection coming out, and maybe I'll be able to share those experiences with all of you, among many, many others. I played a lot of JRPGs, Wild Arms, all kinds of stuff growing up. They have a special place in my gaming heart.
Oh,
Okay, they do. So when I get to play a JRPG,
my God, can you get gayer than that? The game has a special place in my gaming heart. Nah, bro. You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard. Nobody believes your fake fucking shit, bro. You're trying too hard.
PG with all of you, and we have a chill and interactive.
I don't want to hear it, bro.
Business, hurting it, saying awful things that aren't true about me on a daily basis. We all know this now.
Oh,
so
Lord.
I can't and start a hate the WWE champion can do.
Oh,
from
God.
the 1980s. Because of that, I'm not fun conversation, and we can have a lot of people do, but they enjoy relaxing with me when I go up. I've tried again. It's a JRPG. People won't show
Money.
up.
Money.
I've tried again.
It's
and
money.
again. And I'm sorry, I can't take the blame
It's
for the
money.
fact that I work my butt off trying to make these work, and people
Money.
still won't show up. So it sucks, because here's why this is number 1 on the list.
15
Even
of
after a
these
year
have
of
been
RPG
fucking
burnout and me
about
staying
money,
away from
bro.
RPGs, I gave this one a shot, and it still failed. And a lot of people have said this in the chat recently. I remember it was Sarah earlier that had said it. Said, so does this mean that you can't play RPGs anymore? You know, I don't know. I legit don't know. Is that what it means? That my audience is now so detached from RPGs and
It's
enjoying
funny
them
how he just
that
makes up what
I just can't play
OIC
RPGs
says.
anymore? Maybe.
And
I don't know what
OIC
else to
will
say.
validate it.
I wish that it wasn't the case. I wish that I had the freedom to play whatever I wanted. But the truth is, folks, here's the truth. All right, let's be real talk as we end this list.
Bro,
The
that's
pattern here
lore I
this
don't
year,
even know about.
you didn't notice, is that I'm not free to just play whatever I want. Why? Because I'm not.
The pattern is, if the money isn't there, you're not playing it. The through line is you rage quit everything.
Not a million sub YouTuber. I don't have 1,000 viewers plus on my streams. I don't have the amount of attention and popularity. I'm not beloved by everyone on the internet. And because of that, I have to pick and choose what I play for things that you want to see and things that will work for my streams. You get that, right? That's business. And it's funny because some people like to pin, well, it's your fault. It's my fault.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what else to say. I am who
You're
I am.
boring.
Do you want me to change who I am? Would you like me to be fake? Would you like me to be an actor for streams, a character, a cartoon?
So you're saying everything you do every day is Phil and Phil alone. So on side scrollers, when you said that you were playing a character, that was bullshit. You said that there was Philip and DSP, that they were two separate things. Now you're saying Philip is DSP. Yes, Philip is DSP the same way fucking Chris Chan is Kristen Weston Chandler, the Sonichu of all creation. Get the fuck out of here, you nerd.
Should I dress up with a vest and sunglasses and a big fake wig and a stupid mustache and yell like I'm a G.I. Joe character from the 1980s? Should I dye my hair blue and do dabbing and dancing around and try to get trick shots in Fortnite? I mean, I could do that, but then I wouldn't be me. You understand? I wouldn't be original. I wouldn't have been here for 16 years.
You're not original
I would have been
at
just
all.
another Muppet. And that's what I never wanted to be. Do you understand? I wanted to be myself. And when I play games like that, like Metaphor, I feel like a different side of me comes out.
You're
'cause
not
I truly
original.
have passion for games like that. And you would hope that that comes through. What I'm noticing is that people don't seem to care anymore. Just being honest.
Oh,
you know?
so the
People are
amount of
missing some the
money
best games
that
and
they
playthroughs
give
that I
you
can do
is
because they
equated
just
to
don't
the
care.
amount somebody
You know? And there's nothing
cares
I can
about.
do to make people on the internet like me more.
Now I understand.
When there's
Bro,
such a level of
hold on.
negativity and
Now I understand why he believes that getting money on Christmas is normal, because he only values money. He doesn't value gifts. Like, if his parents bought him a thing of socks, he wouldn't value the thing of socks because now you don't have to get up in the morning and wonder, oh, where are my socks at? You got a full, fresh pack of socks waiting for you. You know what I mean? He doesn't value those types of things. He only values money. I can't stand people like that. He only values money and the amount of money people give him. And if you don't give him an appropriate amount of money in his eyes, you're worthless to him.
hatred towards me, that's completely unwarranted. If anything this year, have
What?
we not seen that all the bullshit strawman arguments have been dispelled? The WWE champions thing. The, Phil's, scammer and horrible towards his audience thing. All these
You
things
are
were
a
picked apart,
scammer.
microanalyzed, put under the microscope, and it was exposed that none of these things are true, or if
That's
some of them have a
not
nugget of
true.
true. It's nothing to the extent where someone should hate on me and not like Darkside Phil and hate his guts and start a hate campaign
Nobody
against
should
him.
like you.
These are
No one.
obsessed, very, very unhinged individuals who are looking to do this kind of stuff to me. My reputation, right? My business, hurting it, saying awful things that aren't true about me on a daily basis. We all know this now. So I can't make those people go away. All I can do is do what I can to persevere through it and continue to make content and not give up. And that's what I've done for 16 years. And I'm not going to stop doing that, okay? But definitely in 2024, I saw a pattern that sadly, I can't just play whatever I want. There was a time when I could. You know, my early days as a YouTuber.
What, Ronnie Blaze, what is with this new thing he's been doing as of late, where when he talks, like, some of the words, they trail off like this. And then he starts talking again, and then he goes, I don't know. And then he starts talking again, and he's just like, I don't know. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't think that at all. Where did you get that idea? Why is he doing this? Honestly, it sounds like he has cognitive problems. Because if you notice, his voice will go from talking normally to being really loud, or being really soft, or being normal again. Or he'll go to having an upward inflection to everything he says, or it will be super monotoned and kind of bored and not interested. But it's not over like the span of hours. It's like in the span of the same fucking sentence. What the fuck is wrong with this guy's brain? People aren't supposed to do that. At least not, like, on purpose.
I could pick any game out of a hat. It could be the worst game, the best game, somewhere in between, a game you've heard of, a
because
game you've
you
never
used
heard
to have
of,
fun
an
with
indie
them,
game,
you dumbass.
a big AAA game. Didn't matter what it was. Before the negativity hit me, I was able to play whatever I wanted, and I could get an audience for it. And
the
then
negativity.
all the memes against me. This is how you don't play movement.
Oh, here we go.
Troll movement. All this shit. The SOK. All these idiots that do it today.
Yep.
They have killed any kind of chance that I could have a following that just likes to watch me play whatever. It will never happen.
It's everyone else's fault.
People like me, but they like me in context. They like me when I'm playing a FromSoft game and I'm failing and raging, or I'm overcoming challenge. They like me playing a fighting game where I'm kicking butt, but also kind of talking trash. They like me when I'm playing Call of Duty and I'm getting kill streaks, but then I fuck up and it's hilarious when I die and I make a big mistake. They like me when I'm playing a big action game or an epic story game that's a AAA game because they want to see my take on that. But most people today just don't like me playing RPGs because they don't care about the niche. They don't care about the true passion of Phil. They just don't like me that much. And there's nothing I can do about that.
See?
I can't just make the internet like me.
See what I mean? See what I mean? There's nothing I can do about that. What do you mean? I don't understand it. What are you guys talking about? I'm not being mean. What? It's like he's literally shocked by everything.
After a decade of hate. You know, the only way I could do that is to be fake and to pretend to be someone I'm not. And I refuse to do that. I'm not going to be someone who I'm not and put on a persona and put on an outfit and put on a
fake
voice
every
or an
day of your life,
affectation
bro.
and dress a certain way and get sponsors and partnerships and kiss butt and be the goody two-shoes. Or on the flip side of that, be the hateful, mean person and always rag on people and be the drama asshole. I'm not going to do any.
You tried all of that and none of it worked. None of it worked. So now you're back to the old grift of I'm the victim. Protect me from the evil outside world. Get the fuck out of here and hop down off your fucking perch. You subsist on your audience. Right? And you do so to such a degree that you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars off these people. And you have the audacity to sit up here and act like you're the victim when you're taking their money from them. You stole money from the government, lied under oath, bro, and you have the audacity to act like you're the victim? Shut the fuck up.
Any of that. I'm just going to continue to be me.
You're a fraud.
I've proven I can be successful just being me. But sadly, I have to make smart decisions for myself and my family. This is not a joke.
Wage quitting.
This is a business.
It's not a business.
Be run in a way that I'm putting out content that people want to.
It's not a business. Is the dude panhandling on the side of the street asking for change running a business? No. And neither are you. You are just sitting there playing a game, collecting money. That is not a job. It's not a business at all. It isn't.
To consume. Because if the idea of a job is that you put in work to create a product or output that people will then...
But you don't put in any of the work yourself. You literally drop ship all the responsibility onto your audience, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, how many of the videos that were edited for your React shit were actually done by you? None. Yet you have an entire channel that's predicated off the back of your audience. You have the audacity to sit up here and say that you're the victim and that you're the one being taken advantage of? Shut the fuck up. You spoon-fed little fucking silver-plattered ass bitch that's never struggled a day in their fucking life, man. Yet you have the audacity to sit up here and call people out for making a bad game when it's their first game they fucking made? Imagine, it's the first thing you ever did, and that year you're considered one of the best to have ever done it. Their game was considered Game of the Year, bro. Black Myth Wukong was a great game. But it was made by a first-time developer, and they were considered for Game of the fucking Year, and you have the audacity to sit up here and say that their game was bad. You're a dumbass. A spoon-fed little bitch that literally was coddled until he was an adult by his mother. You drove your parents apart. You closeted homosexual. You won't even fucking sleep in the same bed as your wife. Who you have out here looking like mid-90s fucking Rosie O'Donnell. And you have the audacity to say anything about anybody. When you're controlling people. When you don't even value your parents enough to call them on the fucking holidays. And you just expect them to give you shit. And you want to sit up here and act a victim. You're not a victim. You literally have your entire fucking life handed to you. Nothing, not a single fucking day in your life have you ever had to wonder where the money was coming from, because it's always fucking been there. From the time you were a child until you were an adult to this fucking day. And you have the audacity to sit up here and call anybody any fucking thing. You're an idiot that got lucky in life and nothing more. You're a dipshit that can't run a fucking business when people are the one giving you the fucking money. You went bankrupt having $1 million. You're a fucking moron. An idiot of epic biblical proportion. When you pass away, your brain will be studied because they want to see how the fuck you got the extra lucky point. Bro, you are an idiot. A dumbass that I have never seen before. Yet somehow you were valedictorian of your goddamn high school. But you can't say simple fucking words. You don't know anything.
Consume and purchase for monetary means, and then you can make a living doing it, then I have to make content people want to consume. People, sadly, don't want to consume RPG content.
Then
so
go get a fucking job.
Now, I'm not saying I'm never going to play an RPG ever again. I'm just saying that, sadly, there's just not much I can do when people don't want to consume that content on this channel. There's plenty of people out there who play RPGs, but they're known for it, right? That's their forte. That's a niche of theirs. They're a specialist at it. So they can play RPGs and they bring in the views and bring in the support, and that's great. But I'm a variety dude. People have come to know me to play a variety of content, and they like that. They're not coming by for the 100-hour playthrough. They're coming by for a 3-hour stream of fun multiplayer.
It's the audience. For him, the audience is the common denominator.
Really tough boss or dungeon in a Soulsborne game. You see? That's really where I think my forte is at this point.
Holy fuck. I must have been holding that in.
So, that's the truth of the matter. If you have anything to say, please leave a comment on this video. I want to hear your opinion. But the truth is, I didn't fail RPGs. I love them. I tried to play a lot of them this year. Not a single one worked. Not even the ones that I toughed through. Like Baldur's Gate.
Bitch, you're boring. That's the problem. If your content isn't growing, you're boring. If you're not getting the donations you got the prior day, it's because this day, you're boring. How hard is that to fucking grasp, my guy? The common denominator throughout the entirety of your shit is you. You like to say Void just magically turned a fucking against you. No, Void got mad at you because he was giving you money and wanted to play video games with you. And you said no, and that you wouldn't do viewer nights. But then you went and played with Kino Casino. He had every right to be angry at you. He asked you for something and you said you don't do it, and then you went and did it with people who give you nothing, who make fun of you, who literally make money off your name. But Void was giving you money, was supporting you, and you didn't want anything to do with him. So he got mad at you and turned his back on your bitch ass. That's what happened to Void. He didn't just magically run away from you because, oh, he just doesn't like me anymore. No, you turned your back to him, laughed at him, and said, just give me your money, dumbass, and leave me alone. That's what you said to him. In like an overall conversational type thing, right? Because you obviously showed that you didn't give a shit about him. He asked to play games with you and you laughed him off and told him no, and then did things with other people that you told him you don't do. It's like, what the fuck? And then you want to sit up here and say that, oh, everybody's just turning against me. No, you prove yourself the bad guy. People see you're the bad guy, and then you play the victim. It literally happens every time, bro. And you have the audacity to say that we're the unhinged ones when you harbor Darish in your audience, when you have Dizzyeight in your chat at this very fucking moment. But you want to sit up here and play the fucking victim. Eat my fucking ass, bro.
8-3, like a Dragon Infinite Well. None of them work. So there's not much I can do about that.
And stop being
truth
fucking
is,
boring.
I'm now being pulled in a lot of directions, right? I'm being told, play these indie games over here you've never played before because now you have a gaming PC. Play these old games you've already played, but now play them with mods because you have a gaming PC. Play AAA games because you have a gaming PC. Play all these things you would never do. And then I'm being asked, can you be involved in this project? Could you do this new type of show? Could you do this and that? I'm being pulled in a million directions. I'm actually in demand. That's a great thing. I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form. 2025 is stacking up to look like a great year for me. But I need to be smart about what I play and how I spend my time. Right now, the RPG situation ain't looking good. So I would love to see your comments on all of this. Leave a comment on the video after the fact. I promise you I'll give them all a read. I appreciate constructive feedback, but I need to know when literally half the list of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year were games that were RPGs that I was in.
More than half the list was literally you saying I quit this game because the audience did not want to support it. I called it from the beginning. And what was it? It was exactly what I fucking said, bro. Get the fuck out of here, Phil. Bullshit.
Enjoying, but no one was engaging and supporting. That's an issue. Now, admittedly, some of them were. Dragon's Dogma 2, that literally was a stinker. But a lot of these games this year were games that I wish I could have continued with, but where was the audience? So I can't play games that no one shows up for. You understand?
Where did they go?
It's not like I don't get an audience for anything. I do. Just not RPGs
right now. What did they do?
So I hope you understand the situation I'm in. Metaphor is my biggest regret because I want to play it this very moment. It's a great game. It looks amazing to me. And I can't invest 100 hours of my time to play it because no one would watch it.
Nobody would give you money for it. Say the truth.
Even after I played the demo and I announced I'm not going to play the final game, people were upset. But now one said, hey, Phil, just so you know, if you do decide to play the game, I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. That's why I played it. But that didn't happen with Metaphor. It seems like it's a small
there
group of
you
people
fucking have it. There you have it. There you have it.
And I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with the game. I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's when you decide to play the game. I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. That's why I
never,
played
ever let him
that
tell
didn't
you
happen with
that we
Metaphor.
do this
It
for
seems
the
like
money.
it's a small group of
When
people
he
who wanna see
openly
it,
said
but
right
then they don't
there
show up.
that he
So,
deliberately does this for the money.
there's not
bro.
anything else I could do about it until
He
we
is
reassess.
what he
and
says
I think
we are.
2025, we're maybe going to have to reassess everything, and it's sad. I don't want to have to, but
Bro, I
that's,
think
that's
those beers
reality.
might have been a bad
It's
idea.
not a situation where I
Instead
have
of laying
control
me
over
back,
it.
it pushed
if
me
I go
forward.
ahead
And
and I
now
play the
I'm
game and no one
angry.
shows up and no one engages and no one supports and it kills the channel, I go out of business. I can't do that. You understand? And for those who do understand, thank you. If you don't understand, come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an adult and you're actually trying to like run a business or raise a family or, you know, support people. And then maybe you could understand where I'm coming from. I don't take these decisions like
my dude, you don't run a business. You barely support your family. You went bankrupt and you're not raising anything. You literally have no kids. So what family are you raising, you dumbass?
lightly. I know that Metaphor was one of the best games of 2025 or 2024. It sucks that I couldn't play it. I still want to play it right now, and I can't.
You can.
All right, folks. By the way, Guitar Player, thank you for a $5 super chat. He says, I agree with your takes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, some people want to sit around and say no matter what I do, that it's wrong. Okay, so if I had played Metaphor and it flopped and I, you know, terrible for the business, terrible for everything, well, that's your fault.
That is your fault. If you were this amazing streamer like you claim, literally claiming yourself to be the king of the live stream, why can't you make money on Metaphor? Why can't you? If you're the best streamer to ever click start stream, why can't you just sit there and talk and make money every day? If you were the king of the hill, bro, and you were the best to ever do it, why can't you fire up whatever game you choose to play it and still make money hand over fist? Because your life is predicated off the back of 1 to 5 different people, and they run what you play.
My fault.
It is your fault, you fucking
so
nerd.
So then I choose to skip it and do other stuff. Well, that's your fault. You skipped one of the best games of the year. That's my fault.
Yes.
Okay. Everything's my fault. Always.
Yes.
At all times. That's correct.
Yes.
You know,
it's your business.
All right. I do my.
At what point do I get my fucking paycheck? Oh, I'm not employed by your business? Your audience isn't employed by your business, so guess whose fucking fault it is? That your business isn't making money, you fucking dipshit. The only employed person by said fucking business. You. It's his fault that no one likes him. It's his fault he can't play games like Maximilian Dude and collect money like Maximilian Dude. That's his fault. He spent decades upon decades being the odd man out, deliberately being contrarian, deliberately playing the middle ground, refusing to take firm stances on anything. And then he has the audacity to come back to everyone else and blame everybody else for his abstinence and refusal to change. How is it anybody's fault but yours? Is Cat running your business? Am I running your business? Is Hypnotic Jinx? Is Lisa Lou? Is fucking Jade running your business? No, then it's nobody's fault. It's none of their faults. Exactly. And he wants to put the onus of blame on his audience.
My best at what I can do. If it's not my forte, if you think that my JRPG playthroughs are boring, then I probably still shouldn't play them, right? I don't know how to change to make this stuff entertaining because I'm not fake.
It's not about being fake. You don't have to read every book. People want action in a game, right? So instead of doing the action part of the game, you go and spend 9 goddamn hours doing every fucking side quest so your character isn't underpowered when you go to fight the first boss. And that's what people can't fucking stand. It's your insistence on being the most overpowered thing to ever exist within the game. And that's the problem. That's the issue. You don't play the game, you exploit the game. And that's the problem. If you were to play fucking ReFantazio and actually play it and not go through every aspect of every part of the lore and mythology and then find every overpowered weapon and do every side quest, people might be interested. But they're not. Echo. No. People don't want to see you spend 90 fucking hours and then not even be halfway done with the fucking game. Echo, stop. It's you, dude. You're the boring one. If 9 other streamers can play the exact same game and you're the 10th odd man out, then you're the problem. The 9 dentists that agree are not the issue. It's the one dentist that disagrees. You understand? Oh my fucking God. And then he tries to sit up here and act like his ignorant, stupid ass opinion is like the definitive, no bullshit take. Bro, you're full of shit. 99% of your criticisms were, I didn't make enough money on this playthrough. You're a fucking moron.
I wish maybe I wish that I didn't have these morals and values and I could just be a
morals
fake person
and
to everyone,
values.
And, you know, I'd be in the same situation as everyone took every spot.
Bro, what morals and values do you have? You literally took money from a child, and then when their parents came to you to get the money back, you said no! And then you harbored that pedophile-ass fucking weirdo child in your chat for a decade! And who was that child, you might ask? Fucking Darish! But you have morals. What morals do you have when Dizzyeight is still in your fucking chat, bro? Mr. I wanna fuck dragons. Mr. Age play is okay. Sitting in your chat right over there saying, hey, Phil. When you're gonna make a wrestling show with a man that showed his ass to children on a fucking playground. But you're gonna do that. It's just all okay, right? What morals do you fucking have? You wanna preach morals? Motherfucker, you have none. Look at what you did to Panda Lee. She was in high school. Bro, you plucked her ass out of high school. Fucking Kat was in a relationship with another man and you were cheating with her on him. You dumbass, what fucking morals do you have? What morals? Exactly, you screwed over John Rambo? Fucking, the other guy? I don't know what the fuck his name is. But come on, what morals do you have? When your friends were asking you to pay them, you made up some lie about fucking Machinima not giving you a pay stub. They're legally bound to giving you a pay stub in some form or fashion, be it by email or by fucking physical mail. They have to show you the amount that they're taking out in all of that. When you sign a W-2, it's not just okay, take whatever amount and you don't have to prove it. You lied to them. But you want to sit up here and talk about morals. Get the fuck out of here, man. Everything you say is bullshit.
Took every opportunity to kiss butt and lie about everything and get paid for it and make that bag. But you know me, that's not me. I'm not going to sit here and do that. So now I have so much support behind the scenes that I can play anything I want because the money.
You literally took money from a drop ship fucking chair company that was lying to the people they were selling the chairs to. And you were going to take the money from them and not tell your audience that it was a drop shipped chair. Your audience is the one that told you that it was a scam. But you were full well and ready to sell them on it. What morals do you fucking have? And I'm sorry, how is Maximilian dude taking a sponsorship from fucking Jack in the Box horrible and stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from your audience for WWE champions perfectly okay? In what world does that make sense? So one is taking money from a business to promote a sandwich, and one is stealing money from your audience under the pretense of you going homeless. What? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Money rolling in during a stream doesn't matter. No, these streams are actually where I make the vast majority of my income. So that's what I got to focus on. See?
The stream is where you make your own
okay, guys.
income.
Well, I hope that you have enjoyed my countdown of the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Not most disappointing games, like someone actually just said in Kick because they don't listen, but the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024. Leave a comment on the video. Let me know your thoughts. Do you agree? Disagree? I would love to hear it. Now, I will say this. 2025, I hope, stacks up better than 2024. 2024 was a year of pretty underwhelming disappointments.
Ronnie Blaze, I believe everything you say, my friend.
Epic playthroughs, great games, but also great streams. Everyone liking it, the community enjoying the content together. Not just a little niche here and a little niche there, and we disagree on this and that. I liked it when I used to be able to play a big AAA game and everyone wanted to see it, and everyone showed up, and everyone had a great time. We haven't had that feeling in a couple of years. Why? Because there haven't been games like that for a couple of years. Hopefully we'll get that back again. You know, maybe GTA 6 will bring back that feeling again.
Can you fix your Bell's palsy mouth, bro?
But in the meantime, ladies and gents, I appreciate all of you hanging out. I appreciate all of you supporting tonight, and I will appreciate all of your honest feedback that you could give me. So please give it to me.
Oh, God,
right?
Peter, freak out.
And I will see you on streams over the course of 2025 right here on DSP Gaming.
Everything he said was a lie,
Real
bro.
channel over on Kick. Everyone, I hope that you enjoyed the countdown. Thanks a lot.
Exactly, bro.
Year. Or hopefully a little sooner than that, and you don't just come by once a year for these countdowns. Peace out.
Peace out. A-Town down.
That was good. Like I said, I had a lot to say, especially at the end there. And again, I think you guys expected this, did you not? Did you not expect that that was going to be the deal with this countdown? I mean, that was the pattern for all of last year.
Did you guys not understand that me not getting the money was going to be the absolute target of this whole thing? Literally, it was all, I just didn't make enough money. I just didn't make enough money. Guys, I just didn't make enough money on this playthrough, so I had to stop it. And then on the odd occasion, like for Alan Wake DLC, this DLC is bad. And then every other thing is like, I just didn't make enough money here. So if you guys could give me more money to play these kinds of games and not those kinds of games, that would be great. because I would much rather play RPGs that basically play themselves over playing games that actually require me to play them. I don't want to have to move around and attack and dodge all the time, unless it's in Dark Souls. I don't want to do that in fighting games. I don't want to do that in shooting games. I didn't want to do that in Marvel Rivals. So if you guys could just pay me to play point and click fucking turn-based RPG games only, that would be great. But since you guys don't want to do that, I'm the victim and you guys fucking suck despite my entire life being bought from your wallet. How is this not against terms of service, bro? How is this not against TOS? How? How is he allowed to do this? This was basically an investors meeting showing him or showing the audience what worked and what didn't. Dude, a lot of his pay pigs are creeps. A lot of them.
Here. RPG I want to play doesn't work. RPG I want to play doesn't work. But then I play other games, works. So, like I said, actually this channel was having big problems. And then when I decided to actively stop playing the RPGs and play action games, it got a big uptick. It actually got a big increase of viewers and support after that. So,
because upgrading his stream doesn't make him a better person, despite his claims that it does.
Podcast in the morning. Continuation of Stalker 2 on the day stream, and it's actually picked up because now we're in an interesting part of the game where the plot is hugely developing. We got this wish machine or whatever that we're about to interact with. And then tomorrow night, it is the top 20 best playthroughs of 2025. All right? I hope
it is
that you'll come by and hang out with me tomorrow for the best. You saw the most disappointing. Now you're going to see the best. All right.
Nobody gives a shit about what you consider
all right, everyone,
the
I gotta
best.
get out of here and I gotta
It's
upload.
gonna be all the playthroughs that made $300, $400, bro. That's what it's gonna be.
Okay, everyone, thank you so very much. Please have a good evening. Thank you for the support tonight, everyone, because this was a bunch of people who supported tonight. That hit the goal
it wasn't.
Tonight. I appreciate that.
It was
so Retro
literally
Danny
Lisa
says, by the
Lou
way,
and Hypnotic
in case you missed
Jinx.
it, my opinion on Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth,
which are
is
the
that
same person.
He strongly disagrees. He liked the story. It reminded him of Yakuza 7. He loved Ichiban. Yeah, for me, I'm sorry, I just liked 7 better. Like, I thought the plot of 7 was just way more interesting, and that this one kind of fell off at the end, and the end was weak. So because of that, that's why I thought it was disappointing. It's like, dude, a game that's strong, and then all of a sudden the ending is weak after you played that long is pretty sad. You know, I thought it was kind of a crappy ending, honestly.
And remember, guys, he had to stay an extra
some games
hour
will be on both lists. I can tell you that right now. There's some games that were great games and I love to play through for one reason, but then ended up being disappointing for another.
That
so you're
doesn't
see some of the games from tonight's list will also be on tomorrow night's list, and that's fine. This isn't the best and worst. This is the most disappointing and the best, which could happen. You could have something that's great, but it's still disappointing in some way, and that's what I'm going to highlight.
Bro, you literally said it was the worst playthroughs of 2024.
All right, everyone.
The fuck
have a good evening.
The fuck are
See
you
all
retarded?
Tomorrow in the morning. By the way, one second.
What?
That's interesting.
What?
So the more letters that you add to the leaderboard, I want to test something. You ready? I'm going to test something because this is new tech we use tonight. The more letters you add to the leaderboard, the skinnier the letters become to make it fit. So if I do this, watch this. You ready? Because now I'm going to reset this for tomorrow's stream. This is very intriguing. We're learning a lot.
Bro, just fucking leave.
Oop.
Oh my god, he's so stupid.
Yeah. So with this new leaderboard, when it's empty, and there's no contributions, the letters stretch out and look a little weird. But as contributions are added, the letters squish and look better. Now that's interesting.
So fucking
wow, this tech stuff,
he's so
every day
stupid.
we're getting something new. I'm learning. This is wild,
He's so
right?
fucking stupid.
Game Boy, good evening. I'm glad that you stopped by and hung out, Game Boy. Sorry I couldn't talk directly tonight. Wow.
Leave. It's 10 o'clock.
All right. Well, good stuff, everyone. Everyone, I hope that you have a good evening. I'll see you in the morning for the podcast and for Stalker 2, and I hope you'll be back tomorrow night for the top 20 best playthroughs of the year. Everyone have a good night. Peace out. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Oh, God. Peter, freak out. Go to bed. Go to bed. The stream is over, bro. No, I'm kidding. Have a good night, guys. Oh, God, is he back? Oh, Lord, please tell me no. Anyway, guys, I will see you next time. Thank you for watching. This was the biggest bullshit I have ever seen on the fucking internet. Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Stay drunk, stay high, and I will see you next time.
Yeah. No, I know.